Python is a highly popular programming language which is used in various domains like web development, server-side scripting, software development, data visualization and analytics, AI and ML, etc. It is an open source product available for every learner out there with numerous libraries which can be used for different purposes. So Python also has different IDEs in the sense integrated development environment which helps to make your code efficient and precise enough. So in this video we'll be learning what are the different types of IDEs available for Python and how do we use those and their features. So why wait? Let's start this video now. If you haven't subscribed for our channel yet, I would request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on notification bell so that you don't miss any new updates or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoy this video, show us some love and do like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure you comment on this video any queries or suggestions. I'll be more than happy to respond to all of them. Hello all, welcome to this video where we'll be learning regarding Python IDE. As you all know, Python is a very famous programming language which is used in variety of domains. So why wait? Let's see what is agenda of this video. First, we'll be knowing what is Python and why do we use this programming language and different aspects of it. After that, we'll be learning what is an IDE, how efficient an IDE will help us to make our code display and the product available, right? After that, we'll be learning the core important part of this video, that is types of IDE. First, we'll start with Anaconda, followed by Jupyter, then Pycharm, and later Spyder. Next would be Python IDE. At last, we'll be learning regarding Google Colab. Let's start with introduction to Python. So as everybody know, Python is a very famous and well-known programming language used in various domains. So first of all, it is an open source programming language, means we need not pay or get license for this particular Python software, right? Any student and any person who wants to learn this Python can download it from the official website, which is free and available for everybody, and then we can use it, right? So next, coming to the coding part of this Python. As you all know, every programming language has different kinds of syntax which is to be followed in order to get a proper product out, right? So in Python, we have English-like statements which is used in order to code for the application or the software or anything for the purpose, right? So it is very easy to relate the Python code. It is just like normal English and not much syntax involved compared to the other programming languages. The next part is we have variety of libraries and different plugins which you can put up in Python, right? So you can have multi-purpose elements inside this programming language. Name it, you can work on data science, you can work on web development, you can work on server-side scripting and software development. Many domains serves the purpose with single programming language, that is Python. So the next is LOCs, that is lines of code, is very less compared to other programming language because it is very quick and easy to understand for people or any learner who wants to know Python, right? If for example, in order to add two numbers including the header files in other programming language, it might take 10 lines, but in Python it is just 2 lines. So this is how Python reduces the lines of code as well. In turn, it will be having a less load on the compiler or the system. So we have less lines of code in Python. The next part is it can be used as procedural language, object-oriented language, also the functional language. That means it can have different manners. It's not oriented towards one side. For example, if it is C, it is procedural. If it is C++, it is object oriented. So we'll classify the programming languages this way. But in Python, it can be used in any manner. It can be procedural, it can be object oriented, it can also be functional, right? So coming to the last part of this introduction, that is, it supports various platforms. Name it. It might be Windows, Linux, Mac, Raspberry Pi, I mean the embedded systems if you want to code, and all these things will be helped by using Python. It has different platform friendly nature, right? So this is all about Python introduction. The next will be learning where the Python is used, different domains, and what are the different libraries in general we put up for that particular domains and working aspect, right? So we have web development, web scripting, data science and visualization, AI and ML. So these are the different samples of libraries which they basically use in this particular domains. Just to have an extra knowledge on where the Python is used and what are the different libraries, I named there is variety of libraries. So these are few libraries where I have mentioned what are the different libraries are used for different domains. So this is all about introduction to Python.
Ladies and gentlemen, whenever the talk is about an integrated development environment or whenever the talk is about an IDE, you have to consider one important thing. First of all, let's start out by understanding the concept using a small story, right? If you're a person who has used social media when it was still not as popular, think about the times of Orkut, think about the time when Facebook just launched and went viral all around the world, right? So all of those applications that you might have used and comparing it to what they are today, you realize that, any favorite social media site, or in fact, any other site out there right now, the user interface has changed a lot. The way people want to interact with a social media site, for example, is very different, right? You have a lot more buttons you can click, you have a lot more elements that you can play around with. The overall user experience with every time be it Facebook, be it Instagram, Snapchat, or anyone changes anything. Of course, at the start, it might be slightly different to get used to, but once you do, you will realize that the user experience, that this new version, this new user interface of that social media is driving, is actually helping you a lot. If you're on Facebook, mostly you'll be browsing on your news feed, probably chatting to people on Messenger. So you realize that there's not a lot of things that will get you distracted from the task at hand. And of course, since it's an infinite scroll, you can definitely spend a good amount of time scrolling through your news feed, right? So one thing that has drastically changed in this world right now, especially with respect to how we interact with machines, is the fact that we have access to actually go on to work with these elements and understanding and knowing that, hey, we have many more buttons we can work with. For example, back in the day, there was only one like option, but now you can like it, heart it, you can have an angry emoji and all of that, right? So those are all features that were added to this particular tool, I want to say, to make it better. Now, similarly, in the world of IDEs, right? So way back in the day when people had to actually start coding, you have to understand one thing about coding, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you, even as a beginner, even when you're learning, or let's just say even as an expert like me, so whenever you guys are actually sitting to work with code, especially if it's a lot of code, it can get overwhelming, right? Now, usually when you look at code, it's 20 lines, 30 lines, 100 lines. Sometimes you have to work with thousands of lines of code. So as soon as you look at the screen, if you just see Python code or C++ code or anything as such, it will sort of put you in high waters, put you in deep waters, to a point where you might be confused, you might not know, you might get overwhelmed, right? So coding is one of these skills that requires, first of all, a lot of focus. It requires a good amount of attention whenever you're working, and of course you're going to require a lot of creativity when you're coding as well, right? Because there's not only one way you can solve one problem using coding, there's multiple solutions to the same problems. So what happens whenever you're working with a command line interface, or whenever you're working with an interface where maybe you don't have any elements to interact with, or there's nothing to help you build the code? It definitely can get tough, right? Because it can get too cluttered. It will kill your productivity. It might affect your attention span. It might affect your creativity at the end of the day, right? So it is actually a huge challenge. In fact, it was a huge challenge whenever you put yourself in a situation such as this, and you have to understand, hey, so okay, working with code is one thing. It's an amazing thing, but finding a way to efficiently work with code to ensure that your complete focus is actually on the logic, it's actually on the problem solution, right? That is super important out here. Now, how can we make something, how can we make a piece of code less cluttered? We cannot remove lines. You cannot say, hey, 25 lines of code is too much, I only want 10 on my screen. Now that's you cannot do that and still expect your program to work. Or maybe can you, with respect to IDs, in terms of how you look at it, in terms of how you interact with it, right? So let's just say you're seeing 30 lines of code. Maybe you just wanna see 2 or 3. What you can do conveniently with an IDE is hide the rest of the lines, right? So hiding all of those lines will only give you, again, focused vision on what it is that you're trying to solve. Maybe you're trying to rewrite the piece of code. Maybe you're trying to create something from scratch, or you're already fixing a bug which exists at that particular line of code or something, right? So whenever you're doing this on a daily basis, be it you're a fresher, be it you're a person who's never coded before, or be it a very experienced programmer, it can be a daunting task if you do not have a good user interface, and of course, if it doesn't drive a good user experience, it will not make sense, right? So how did we come about IDEs, and how are we doing things in the past? Because how we do things right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's very, very different to how we were doing things back then, right? Now, there's multiple stages of writing a program, right? So everything from you guys actually opening up a notepad, writing your code, saving it in the format that the compiler understands. For example, Python is an interpreted language, but C is a compiled based language, right? So in a compiler based language, you're going to have to write it, compile it first, find all the errors, resolve all the errors, and eventually execute it. And after executing it, see if it solves your problem or not. And you just have to go back multiple times to the editor, right? Look at what's present on your screen right now. Again, developers back in the day used to write a code in a plain text editor like Notepad or anything as such, and eventually you had to save it. You have to save it in a format that is understood by a separate compiler, which had to be, it had to be installed on its own. It had to be, it was a standalone entity which just took in files which was already ready, and eventually it processed it in whatever language it was, C, Java or whatever, and gave you an output, right? So you had to install a text editor, again, which usually came installed, but still it's a hassle of installing a compiler. It's a hassle of knowing that after compilation, if there are errors, you have to again switch tools. You have to go back to your text editor, do some changes, and come back and eventually do it again and again every time you find an error, right? So I am sure that you're seeing a pattern here which can get daunting if you keep doing it a lot of times. Now, whenever you write code, there's a very good chance that again there might be 1 or 2 small errors which again, if you try to fix those errors, those will result in probably 50 other errors, right? So imagine doing this every single day, right? So we needed something to solve this problem. We actually needed something that says, hey, a programmer, whenever you're actually working with code, just have a super nice interface which at the end of the day is not just for aesthetic purposes, which is also ensuring that you as a programmer can have focus on the program that you're writing, and in fact even have help while you're actually doing it, right? This was the goal, and in fact this was the challenge way back in the year 1991, which again Microsoft took it up and they solved the challenge by giving us the first integrated development environment, which was the Microsoft Visual Basic, right? So Basic was already a programming language which was extremely popular in the 1980s, right? So whenever someone said someone was called an engineer, or whenever someone called as an the term IT didn't exist back then, but when someone was into programming, 90 99% of the time they were working with the basic the language called as basic. Now basic, again, it did not have any interface. It was a plain language which you had to type in a command line interface, just like how you would open a command prompt. You had to write the piece of code, do all these processes, of course not saving it in a file and doing that process again. Back then it was even more complicated, right? So what Microsoft did was these guys came up with an environment. They called it as Visual Basic. In fact, it is a supportive, it is an addition to the basic language in my opinion. And what it did was a paradigm shift. For the first time ever, they actually brought graphics into the world of programming. Until then, until 1991, when people thought of a programming job, they just looked at a screen full of code, right? There was nothing that could, if you're a person who's uninitiated or who has never seen code, if you just look at a screen, a monitor full of code, it will not make any sense, right? Now that can also be the case. Sometimes it can get so confusing looking at a monitor full of code that even an experienced programmer can tend to be less efficient, because again, at the end of the day, you require that kind of a good experience to write creative code, right? So in 1991, Visual Basic created this paradigm which eventually has fallen through, and the world has basically seen it through, and they've understood, hey, this is so important for a programmer. And again, programmers around the world, if you take a look at, if you've ever had a chance to study languages such as C, C++ or Java or something like that in your school days or in your college days, you will understand one thing, right? You no longer have to use a command line interface. You no longer have to sit and see an entire monitor full of code, which can get super confusing, right? You don't have to do any of that, because right now, again, we all use graphical user interfaces. You're using Mac, you're using Windows, you're using a good amount of Linux. Back in the day, Linux did not have a great user interface, but look at it now. There's so many elements that you can click around, interact with, work with, and it has made it so convenient. And Linux, of course, is super popular, right? Similarly, in a programming language, you have to understand that IDE is actually a very, very important part of it. Now, when the conversation is about, hey, so how important is IDE first of all, or why do we even require an IDE, right? To answer those questions, we need to attack this particular question. It says, okay, so what is an IDE in its complete sense? Let me tell you this. First of all, IDE is the most important software or application that is required by a programmer. And what it does in its simplest fashion is that it will provide you all those tools: text editor, compiler, debugger, and all those helpers which will help you actually work with code. It just brings everything in one package, one tool, one software, one application, whatever it is that you want to call it. It just brings all of this together, and eventually just installing one application will just give you access to all of these things, right? If it weren't the case, you had to again install a text editor, install a compiler, make sure the compiler is working fine, and if you had to debug it, just repeat the process. It's an iterative loop which is very inefficient. But with the help of an IDE, you just have to install one tool and you are done with it. Maybe you're going to require some basic configuring, which again, at the end of the day, even if you do not do in some cases, it will still work fine right out of the box. But yes, having this kind of a freedom wherein you can not just have a user interface, but you can customize it to any degree that you want. Maybe you don't like the toolbox that is present to the left. Well, drag it to the right. Maybe you don't like the theme being white and you just want it to be black, right? So if you wanted the theme to be black, again, it's a click of a mouse button. Right from customizations all the way to ensuring you have everything you need under one roof, right? That is an IDE. So as I mentioned, right, it's one important thing for you to understand is that an IDE, in my opinion, is literally as important as the programming language itself. Because if you have a fantastic programming language and it doesn't spark the creativity in you, or it eventually doesn't do anything to help you program better, it just undermines the capacity of the language itself, right? What you can do with an IDE is something which is so fascinating, right? Everything from writing code, editing your code, maybe you want to add a lot of comments, you can do that. Maybe you just want to have, maybe you just want to mark a couple of lines of code that you want to probably revisit later, you can do that while you're actually going to work on all of that, right? everything from text editor all the way to a compiler, right? A compiler will do the task for you. A compiler will basically take all the code that you have written, compile it, and eventually give a machine understandable output, and eventually give you the result that you require, right? It will also give you that. What you're also supposed to take a look at is a debugger. Now, a debugger is a fantastic tool to have, first of all, because at the end of the day, whenever you write code, 90% of the chance, at least in my opinion, things can go wrong, right? It might be a very small minor error, but a minor error in a very large program is still pretty it can get confusing. Again, it can get overwhelming to a certain degree. Having a debugger at hand, however, will ensure that, hey, if there is any error, if there is any bug that you need to catch, you can just select maybe those 5 or 10 lines of code which are misbehaving or which are doing something which is not supposed to. You can select those out, isolate them, run them out, and eventually find out what's the error. And again, instead of just looking at 2000 lines being confused where the problem is, you can set a start point, you can set an end point, and say, hey, I just want you to execute everything that's in between here. Whatever is the error, I'll catch, right? In fact, IDEs will go on to an extent to tell you what the error is, how you can fix it, in which line you have an error, and so much more. As a person working on working on a lot of code, I can tell you that this will make a day and night difference, especially when you're serious about writing code. Of course, if you're an enthusiastic programmer, you might not look into the depths of an IDE, but once you start understanding how an IDE can support your programming ventures, how it can actually go on to support the support you in terms of you writing code better, in terms of helping you, in fact, that is important, right? And it's not only that, it's not only just you writing code, it's not only you compiling and debugging. What are you doing with that piece of code afterwards, right? The technical term for it is basically deploying. When you say I am deploying a piece of code, or when I'm deploying a model or something like that, what you basically mean is you're putting your code, you're putting your solution to work. You're trying to actually solve the problem there. So right from building your code, right, taking it from the program stage all the way to it working, and eventually delivering it maybe to your client, maybe to your manager, all of that. Guess what? You can do all of this with an IDE as well, right? All of those manual tasks which you had to spend a lot of time doing, everything is brought under one roof, and you can do all of this in a very efficient manner. We need to understand there are more choices, and in fact there's a lot more choices, especially if you're a person working with Python, right? I'm sure as a Python developer you might know Pycharm. Pycharm is again a very popular IDE for Python. It brings its own set of features, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. We have Kite, we have Sublime Text, and I know a lot of people, even though you give them Sublime text and you say, hey, they'll just tell you, hey, this doesn't look like an IDE, this looks like any other text editor. But not really. Sublime Text is a very, very powerful IDE, and I don't think I have to talk about Visual Studio Code, because Visual Studio happens to be one of the most used IDEs in the entire world, I think. So be it for all the .NET languages which are supported, people definitely prefer Visual Studio. And VSC, which is basically Visual Studio Code, offers you so many features, right? Back in the day, I think Visual Studio was the first, Microsoft basically was the first provider to actually, guess what the programmer is about to type. Now, in Python, if you just type a simple command such as pri, it knows that there's a good chance you might type print, right? So what it will do is automatically it will suggest saying, hey, do you want to type nt, right? It knows what is it that you're about to type. It will describe what it thinks you're doing, and it'll help you in such a fantastic way, right?
Moving to the agenda, first we will discuss what Anaconda is, then we will see the installation of Anaconda, and then we will see Python programming in Anaconda. So we will start with variables, then we will see different types of variable scopes such as local variable, global variable. Along with that, we will also cover data types such as string, integer, float, and many more. Next, moving ahead, we will discuss different types of operators such as assignment operator, logical operator, arithmetic operator, and many more. After that, we will discuss about inbuilt data structures such as list, tuples, dictionary, and sets. Then we are having the concept of control statements, in which we will be discussing about the conditional statement such as if, else, else if, along with loops. And at last, we will discuss the concept of function and how to pass an information as an argument in function. So this is the overview for this course. So now let's understand what is Anaconda. So now coming to Anaconda, it is an open source distribution for Python as well as R programming. It is used in data science, machine learning, deep learning, etc. Here, Anaconda Navigator is a desktop graphical user interface or GUI included in Anaconda distribution that allows user to launch applications and manage Conda packages, environments, and channels without using command line commands. So now this is a formal definition. In a simple word, I can say that it is an open source distribution of Python and R. So basically you can use data science, deep learning and machine learning in Anaconda. It is one of the most popular Python distribution platform. Also, user can install more than 1500 data science and machine learning packages. As I already told you that it is used in data science, machine learning and deep learning. Also, multiple data environments can be easily managed as well as maintained and run separately without any intrusion. So this is a basic idea about Anaconda. Now, after understanding what Anaconda is, now let's see its installation. So now after knowing what Anaconda is, now let's see its installation. So if you want to install Anaconda, you have to first install Python, right? Not only Anaconda. If you want to install any IDE for Python, you have to first install Python. So what we will do, we will install Python as well as Anaconda. So now let's see the installation. Yeah. So I will be using Google search engine here, and then I will go here and just I will write here Python download. And here you can see that you are getting the first website www.python.org. If I'm clicking on this download Python, now you can see that this is the official website of Python, right? Python.org. And here we are having several options like what about the Python, downloads, documentation, community, success stories, and many more. So I just want to download the Python. So I'll just click on this download. And here you can see that I'm getting the option for download for Windows. So I will just click on this and your Python will install in few seconds. Now, as I told you that I have to install Anaconda too. So what I will do, I'll just write here Anaconda and I will write here Python. So here you can see that this is the official website of Anaconda, that is www.anaconda.com. So this is the website of Anaconda, and here we are having the several options like products, then pricing, solutions, resources, blog, and company. So here you can see the description about Anaconda, right? So as I told you that Anaconda is the easiest way to perform Python and R, right? And if you go down, then you can see that this is the features of Anaconda, right? Open source, Conda packages, manage environment. Then here you can see that we are having the Anaconda installers for Windows, for Mac OS operating system, as well as Linux. So I'm having Windows operating system, so I will just click on this and download. If you are having Mac OS and Linux, then also you can download Anaconda. So I'm using 64-bit graphical installer, so I will just click on this. And here you can see that my Anaconda is downloading. So it will take some time to download. So till then, this is my Python. So let's see the installation of Python. So on clicking on this, I am getting this option, right? Install now and customize installation. So I will just click on this install now, and I will also click this add Python 3.10 to path. So on install now, you can see that it's installing. So here you can see that my setup was successful. So I will just close it. Now it's time to install Anaconda. So I will just click on this Anaconda. And here you can see that I am getting welcome to Anaconda 3 64-bit setup. I will just click on next, and then I will just click on this I agree, and then I will just click install for just me. Then here you can see that I'm having destination folder. So what I will do here, I will just click on browse, and then I will click on make new folder, and then I will just write here Anaconda, and then I will click on OK. And after that I will just click on next. So if you want to set this Anaconda 3 to the path environment variable, you can just click on this and then click on install, right? So I've already installed Anaconda. So once you will click on this install button, Anaconda will be installed. So after installing, if you are going here and if you are writing here Anaconda, then you will see that I'm getting Anaconda prompt, right? So this is my Anaconda prompt. And here if I am writing here, let's suppose Anaconda hyphen navigator, then you can see that my Anaconda navigator will open. So it will take some time to open. So here you can see that I'm having Jupyter notebook, I'm having Pycharm, which is another IDE, right? And then I'm having Spyder too, right? So now if you want to do coding on Anaconda, so what I will do, I will be using here Jupyter notebook. So I will go on search and then I will just write here Jupyter notebook, and here you can see that I am getting Jupyter notebook option. So I'll just click on this. So after clicking on this, you can see that my Jupyter notebook will open. So my Jupyter notebook will look like this. So what I will do now, I will just want to create a new file. So I will click on this new and I will click on Python 3. And here you can see that my file has opened. Now I will change the name here. So I'll just write here, let's suppose Anaconda, I will write here. Anaconda basic program. Well, it's a big name. You can give any name. So now let's see a simple program that is so much popular. Hello world. So I'll just write here print and I will write hello world. So if I'm running this, you can see that I'm getting output hello world. So this is the basic idea about Anaconda. So we have seen the installation of Anaconda and then Jupyter notebook in which we are doing coding implementation. So after seeing the installation of Jupyter notebook, we will see what are variables. So variables are nothing but it is a container that is used to store data values. So how to create a variable? So variable is generated as soon as the value is assigned to it. Now, so the next point we are having variable type can be changed even though it's set. So let's suppose you have created a variable and it's of integer data type, but you can change it to string data type, right? Next point we are having variables are case sensitive. So that means uppercase letter and lowercase letters will be treated as different. So moving further, variable name cannot be start with a number. So you can't start a variable name with number, right? And also multiple values can be assigned to multiple variables in a single line in Python. So now coming to the last point, same value can be assigned to multiple variables. So that means you can assign the same values to multiple variables. So this is a basic introduction of variable. Now let's see it in the coding part to know better. So if you see the example here, you can see that x is equal to 10. So here the variable is x, which is having an integer data type. Now if you see here, this is a y variable and which contains a string data type. Great learning, right? So if you will print x and print y, then I will get 10 and here I will get great learning. So this is my Jupyter notebook. I will go on new and then I will click on this Python 3 and instead of untitled 22, I will write here Anaconda underscore Python. Let me save it. So now let's start with variable, how to create a variable. So first I will comment it down. I will write here has and then I will write here variable. So now let me create a variable. I will write here x is equal to let's say 20. So here you can see that x is my variable that contains an integer data type that is 20. So now if I'm writing here y is equal to great learning, so here y contains the string data type that is great learning. So if I'm printing it, then I will simply write here print and inside that I will write x and similarly for y. Now let me execute this. So you can see that 20 and great learning I'm getting in my output. Moving next, as I told you that variable type can be changed even though it's set. Now let's see an example. So let's suppose if I'm writing here x is equal to 100 and then if I'm writing here x is equal to let's suppose GL and now if I'm printing x, so you will see here it will print GL. So even though initially I have set x is equal to 100 that is integer data type and then I change it to GL, so it will change it, right? So here you can see that the variable type can be changed even though it's set. Let me execute this. You can see that I am getting GL, right? Now after this, next I have told you that variables are case sensitive. So if I'm writing here let's suppose small x and if I'm writing here great learning and if I'm writing here capital X and if I'm writing here let's suppose GL. So as I told you that case sensitive means uppercase letter as well as lowercase letter will be treated as different. So here if I'm writing here print and inside that if I'm writing small x and after that if I'm writing print and capital X, then you will see that I will get here great learning and then if I'm printing capital X then I will get GL. So in this way you can tell that variables are case sensitive. So moving further, let's get some more idea about variable. So as I told you that variable cannot be start with numbers. So if I'm writing here 1 and then I'm writing here let's suppose 1x is equal to, I'm writing here 10, and if I'm printing it, then you will see that I will get an error. So you can see that, right? It's showing invalid syntax. Now you can create a variable with alphabet. So if I'm writing here x1, and let me change here to x1, and now if I'm executing, you can see that I will get my output, right? Even you can write the variable like this also. This is also correct, x underscore 1, and if you are allotting here 100 and printing it, then you'll get the output. So now after seeing this, what happens if I want to allot the multiple values in the same line? You can do it. So let me write here x comma y comma z, and here if I'm allotting, let's suppose 100, 200 and 300 value respectively. And now if I'm printing here print x, let me copy and paste. And now if I'm executing, you will see that I will get 100, 200 and 300 in output, right? So you can assign the multiple values to the multiple variables in a single line in Python. So now moving further, variables are primarily of two types. The first one is a global variable and the another one is the local variable. So what are global variables? Global variable is nothing but it is declared outside the function and it can be accessed throughout the program. So here you can see the example. This is basically a global variable. How this is a global variable? You can see that this is declared outside the function. My function is this one, right? Def attack, and inside this function I am printing this global variable. Why? Because as I told you that global variable can be accessed throughout the program. So here you can see that this is my function. So how to create a function? I will just write def, which is a reserved word, and then function name. So let's suppose that I want to give the function name here as attack, right? And after writing attack, I can also give the parameter, right? Now after writing the function name, I can also give the parameter here, but I'm not giving here as of now. Now inside this function, what I have done, I have written print text. So this is my global variable, and inside the function I have written print text, so it will print here great learning. Now so it will print here great learning, but you can't print it directly. You have to call the function. So how to call a function? So if you want to invoke or call a function, then you have to call it with the function name. So here the function name is attack, right? So I can call a function with a function name. So I will just call here attack, and whatever inside this function is there, it will be printed. So now let's see it in the coding example. So let me write here global variable, and I will comment it down with hash. Now after this, what I will do, I will create a variable that will be global variable. So if I'm writing here x is equal to great learning, so this is my x is equal to great learning. Now what will happen here, I will create a function. So how to create a function? I will write here def and then the function name. So let's suppose the function name is attack, and inside this function I want to print out my global variable. So I will write here print x. Now after writing print x, we can't directly print whatever is inside the function. We have to call the function for printing anything inside the function. So what I will do, I will just call this function with the function name. So what I will do here, I will just write here attack, and now if I'm executing it, you can see that I'm getting here great learning. So always remember that global variable can be accessed throughout the program. So this is all about global variable. So now after understanding global variable, let's jump into the local variable. So what are local variables? Local variable is declared inside the function, or you can say method, and it cannot be accessed outside the function. Let's take an example. Here if you see here, x is equal to great learning. This is my global variable, right? So then what is local variable? As in the formal definition, as I told you that it is created inside the function. So inside this function, you can see that I have created a local variable y is equal to gl, right? Now, if I'm writing here print text inside this function, then great learning will be printed. Okay. And if I'm writing print y, then this gl will be printed. So now what's the difference between local variable and global variable? So as I told you that local variable cannot be accessed outside the function. So here you can see that we are inside this function def attack. So I can write print y. So it will print me gl. As soon as I'm calling this function with the function name, I will call this attack. So now it will see y is equal to gl, right? So it will print here great learning. This is a global variable as well as a GL1. Now, if outside the function, if you are writing print y, you will get an error because we can access local variable inside the function itself. So now let's see local variable in coding example. So I will write here local variable and let me comment it down. So I will use here hash. And now after this, what I will do, let me create a variable, and this time I'm giving the variable name as x1 is equal to, let's say, Gaurav. So this is my global variable, right? Because I didn't declare this variable inside any function. Now what I will do, I will create a function. So I will write here def, and let me give the function name, let's suppose edtech once again. And inside this function, I will create my local variables. So let me write y1 is equal to 100. So a local variable is a variable which is declared inside the function. So y1 is equal to 100. Now what I will do, inside this function, I will write here print x1, and then I will write here print y1. So as we know that we can use global variable throughout the program. So I'm using global variable inside this function. So I'm writing here print, and inside print function I'm writing x1, and then I'm printing out my local variable also inside the function, since we can't access local variable from outside the function. Now after this, what I will do, I have to call this function. So I will write here edtech. So if I'm executing it, so on execution, you can see that I'm getting Gaurav and then I'm getting 100. Now, as I told you that you can't access local variable from outside the function. So what I'm doing here, outside the function, if I'm writing here print y1, right? So on executing it, you can see that we are getting an error. Why? Because we can't access local variable from outside the function. It can be accessible only inside the function. So here you can see that name y1 is not defined. So this is the basic idea about global variable as well as local variable. So moving further, I have given you the formal definition of global variable, that global variable is a variable which is generally declared outside the function. Now, what happens if I want to declare the global variable inside the function? So for creating global variable inside the function, I will use global keyword. So let me create here a function. Let's suppose def edtech is my function. And inside this function, if I want to create a global variable, I will write here, let's suppose global. Let me write here g1. Now I have created my global variable with a global keyword. Now if I'm writing here g1 is equal to, let's suppose, 500, and if I'm writing here print, and I will write here inside the function, and I will write here g1. And if I want to call this function, then I have to call through the function name. So I will write here edtech. So here you can see that inside this function, I'm having a global variable g1, and then I've assigned the value g1 is equal to 500. Now if I'm calling it, so on calling, you can see that it's printing inside the function, I'm getting 500. Now, as I told you that global variable can be accessed throughout the program, right? So it must be accessed outside the function also. So if I'm writing here print outside the function, and if I'm writing here g1, so it must give me the output outside the function 500. Now let me execute this. So on executing, you can see that I'm getting outside the function 500. So in this way, if you want to create a global variable inside the function, you can use the global keyword, and then we can create the global variable inside the function. So basically this is the idea about the variables and variable scope. So now let's see data types in Python. So the best thing about Python is that you don't have to specify the data type. Let's suppose that if you are writing x is equal to 5, so Python will automatically understand that it's an integer value. Similarly, if you're writing x is equal to, let's suppose, any string value, great learning, then Python will automatically understand that it's a string value. So we are having several built-in data types in Python, starting from Boolean type, we are having numeric types, sequence types, binary types, mapping type, text type, and set type. So in numeric type, we are having integer, we are having float, then we are having complex. In sequence types, we are having list, we are having tuples, we are having range. Similarly, for mapping type, we are having a string. And for Boolean type, we are having bool. So now let's see this data type in coding example. So let me write here data types and I will comment it down. So now after commenting it down, what I will do here, let me write here x is equal to 5. So as I told you that in Python, you don't have to specify the data type. Python will automatically understood that x is equal to 5. It's an integer data type. How? If I'm writing here print and inside this print function, if I'm writing here type and inside this type, I will write here x. And if I am running it, you can see that it's showing class integer, right? Similarly, if I'm writing here, let's suppose y is equal to great learning. And then if I'm writing here print type, and if I'm writing here y instead of x, so on execution you can see that I will be getting a class as string. Similarly, let me write here z. If I'm writing here z is equal to, let's suppose 100.678, and if I'm writing here print and inside this print function, if I'm writing here type of z, then you can see that I'm getting an error because I have to write here small t. And here you can see that I'm getting a class as float, right? So now let's see some list data types. So if I'm writing here, let's suppose w, and if I'm writing here this is square bracket. So as we know that this is the empty list, right? So if I'm writing here print, and then inside this, if I'm writing once again type, and if I'm writing here w inside this, then you can see that it will show me the class as list, right? Similarly, if I'm writing here v is equal to, and this is round bracket, so round bracket means I'm having an empty tuple. If I'm writing once again here print, and I will write here type, and inside this type if I'm writing here v, then you can see that I'm getting a class as tuple, right? So these are basically a data types in Python. So we can see that we are having a list data type, we are having a tuple data type, then we can have the range data type also, and many more data types that I've already showed you in the slide deck. So this is the basic idea about the data type. So next we are having operators. Operators are used to perform operations on variables as well as values. So we are having different types of operator, starting from arithmetic operator, in which we are having addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then modulus. So this modulus will give us the remainder. So let's suppose that if I'm writing here 5 modulus 4, so what will be the remainder? The remainder will be 1. So basically this double asterisk is the exponentiation. So if I'm writing here 2 and then exponentiation 3, so that means 2 power 3 we are having, and 2 power 3 is 8. Similarly, if I'm writing, let's suppose 4 exponentiation 2, so that means 4 square is there, so it will be 16. So now coming to this double slash symbol, this is known as floor division. So it will give us the value to the nearest whole number. So let's suppose that if we are having 15 floor division of 7, then it will give me 2 value, right? So it will give me the nearest whole number. Now coming to the comparison operator, we are having less than symbol, we are having greater than symbol, we are having less than or equal to symbol, greater than equal to symbol, then we are having equal to symbol, and then we are having is not equal. Next we are having logical operator. So in logical operator we are having and, or not. So now coming to the bitwise operator, we are having here XOR, we are having and, or, then we are having zero fill, left shift, then we are having signed right shift, and then we are having not. Now coming to the assignment operator, basically here we are assigning the value. So if I'm writing x is equal to 5, that means I'm assigning 5 to x. So if you see here, I'm writing here plus is equal to. So what does it mean? If I'm writing, let's suppose x plus is equal to 3, so that means x is equal to x plus 3. Similarly, if I'm writing x minus is equal to 3, so it means x is equal to x minus 3. Similarly, let's take an example of this modulus equal to. So if I'm writing here x modulus is equal to 3, so then it will be equal to x is equal to x modulus of 3, right? Similarly, for floor division is equal to, and for exponentiation is equal to, the same thing it will be here, right? So let me write here, if I'm writing x exponentiation is equal to 3, then it will be x is equal to x exponentiation 3. Now, at last we are having identity operator. So in identity operator, we are having is as well as is not. So this is the basic idea about operators. So now let's see some operators in coding. Let's see some operators in coding examples. So we'll start with arithmetic operator first. So let me write here arithmetic operator. So in arithmetic operator, let me perform some operations. If I'm writing here x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 5, and if I'm writing here print, let me write here the addition of x and y. Okay, and if I'm writing here, let's suppose, let me write here z is equal to x minus y. So here if I'm writing comma and then z, then you can see that I will be getting the addition of x and y is 5. So I'm doing addition, right? So let me write here x plus y. So you can see that the addition of x and y is 15. Similarly, for subtraction, you can write here w is equal to x minus y, and then you can simply write here print w. Then you can see that the subtraction of x and y will be 5. Now, what if I want to get the remainder? Okay, let me change the value here. Let's suppose if I'm having here x is equal to 11, right, and y is equal to 5. And as I told you that the modulus operator will give you the remainder. So if I'm writing here, let's suppose a is equal to x of modulus of y, and if I'm writing here print, so what's the remainder that we will be getting here? We will be getting the remainder as 1, right? Now let me execute it. You can see that we are getting the remainder as 1. So now after remainder, let me see here the floor division. So I will write here b is equal to x of then double slash here. So if I'm writing here print of b, then you can see that on execution I will be getting the value as 2, right? Because the floor division will give you the nearest whole number. So if you are dividing 11 with 5, then you are getting 2, right, the nearest whole number. So the next operator that we are having is division. So if I'm writing here c is equal to x divisible by y, then you will see that, let me write here print of c, then you will see that we will get the output as 2.2. So these are the basic idea about the arithmetic operator. So after seeing arithmetic operator, now let's understand about the assignment operator. So assignment operator is also simple one. If I'm writing here x is equal to 3, and then if I'm writing here x plus is equal to 3, or let's suppose x plus is equal to 5, and if I'm writing here print x, then you will see that my x will be 8, right? Because we know that this means x is equal to x plus 5. Similarly, if I'm writing here, let's suppose x multiplication is equal to 5. So what will be my output? My output will be x is equal to x into 5, and my x is here 8. So 8 into 5 will be 40. So let me print it out. So if I'm writing here print x, so you can see that I'm getting 40 here, right? So this is the basic idea about the assignment operator. So next I am having comparison operator. So let's see some comparison. So if I'm writing, let's suppose x is equal to 10, and if I'm writing here y is equal to 2, and if I'm writing print function, and inside this if I'm writing x greater than y, so we know that x is greater than y, right? 10 is greater than 2, so it will return us true value. So you can see that I'm getting here true. Similarly, if I'm writing here y is greater than x, and if I'm executing, then you can see that I'm getting the value as false, right? So this is the comparison. And even if I'm writing here, let's suppose x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 10, and if I'm writing x is equal to y, so this is my equal to operator, right? So if I'm running it, you can see that I'm getting the true. So this is the basically a comparison operator. So now after comparison operator, we will see here some logical operator. So I will write here logical operator, and if I'm writing here, let's suppose a is equal to 20, and then I will write here print function, and inside this print function, if I'm giving the condition, let's suppose a is less than 20 and a is greater than 0. So on execution, you can see that I'm getting the false value. Why? Because a is equal to 20. So if I'm giving here, let's suppose 21, then you can see that my a value is 20 and a is less than 21, right? And a is also greater than 0. So it will return me true now. So on execution, you can see that I'm getting the true value. Now, another logical operator that I'm having is OR, right? So instead of this, if I'm writing here OR, so OR means at least one condition must be true. In the case of AND, both the conditions must be true. But in OR, if at least one condition is satisfying, then it will return the true value. So here, if I'm writing here, let's suppose A is less than 10. So we know that this condition is wrong, right? Because A is greater than 10. But another condition is A is greater than 0. We know that, right? So as I told you that OR operator will return true if one condition is true. So let me execute this. On execution, you can see that I'm getting the true value. So this is all about the basic operators. So now let's see what is list in Python. So list is basically a data structure and it is denoted by square bracket, as I already told you. And it's basically a collection of values with same or different data types. So in a list, you can have float value, you can have integer value, as well as you can have string value too. Also, if you want to fetch any value, it can be fetched through indexing. In list, we can also do the slicing. So moving to the next point, it is mutable. That means value in a list can be changed. So in list, we are having several methods such as list.append. So if you want to insert or add any value, so you can use append function. So it will add the value at the end. Now coming to list.pop. So basically if you want to remove any element from the list, then you can use pop function. So now coming to the list.count. So count function will tell you how many times a value has appeared. So these are the some methods that we can use in list. So basically in list we are having a lot of methods, but I've shown you some examples. So now let's see list in Jupyter Notebook. So let me write here list and I will comment it. So let me create a variable L1, and as I told you that list is denoted by square bracket. So this is my empty list. Let me insert some elements. So if I'm writing here, let's suppose Gaurav, and I will write here Admin. Let me write one more name here as Tony. And if I want to print this list, then I will write print function, and inside print function I will write here L1. You can see that this is my list. So as I told you that list is a collection of same data type as well as different data type element. So here we can see that we are having only string values. So what I can do, let me create a list L2, and in this list I'll give a name, let's suppose Gaurav, and then let me give integer value. I will write here 100. Let me write different data type. So I will write here 100.345. Now if I'm printing here L2, so on execution, so here you can see that I'm having a list which contains string value, integer value, as well as float value. So if you want to do the indexing in list, you can do it. So we know that the indexing will start from 0. So this is at 0 position, this is at 1 position, this is at second position. So if I want to print only Gaurav, so what I will do here, I'll just write here print, and I will write here L2, and I will give the index position, let's suppose 0 here. So you will see in output I will be getting as Gaurav. Yeah. Now similarly, if you want to print out this value 100.345, then you just write here L2 and just write here 2, right? Because indexing will start from 0, 1 and 2. So this is at second position. So if you write here L2 and if you're writing here 2, and on execution you can see that I'm getting 100.345. So moving further, as I told you that list is mutable. So mutable means the value can be changed. So let's suppose that at index position 0 I am having the value as Gaurav. Now if I want to change it, then I can change it. So let me write here L2. So if I'm writing L2 and let's suppose at index 0, I want to change it from Gaurav to great learning. So here what I am doing, I am changing the string value from Gaurav to great learning. And that's why string is mutable, because we can change the value. So at particular 0 index position, I'm changing the value. And if I am executing this list now, print L2, So on execution, you can see that I'm getting great learning instead of Gaurav, right? So now, after seeing indexing and then lists are mutable, you can also do the slicing in lists. So what is slicing here? So let's suppose if I'm writing here print, and inside this, if I'm writing here L2, and if I'm writing here 0 to, let's suppose if I'm writing here 2, so you can see that on execution, I'm getting the value great learning and 100. So what happens in slicing here, it will include 0, right? So 0 I am having here great learning, and at one position I am having 100, but this 2 will be excluded, right? So if I'm slicing from 0 to 2, so that means the value at index 0 as well as 1 will be included. So here you can see that this is my output. So this is the basic idea about list. So this is my list L2, right? So if I want to add some value, then which function shall I use? So I'll write here L2.append. So append function will add the element at the last. So if I'm writing here L2 append, and if I am writing here, let's suppose 4, and if I'm writing here print L2, so here you can see that 4 has been added at last. Now, so after this, let's see some more functions in list. So if I'm writing here L2.pop, so we know that pop function will remove the last element from the list. So if I'm writing here L2.pop, you can see that 4 has been removed. So if I'm writing here print L2, you can see that 4 will be removed from here, right? So I have showed you some functions in list. So this is the basic idea about list. So after list, let's see what are tuples. So tuple is also a data structure, and it is denoted by round brackets. And in tuples also, multiple values can be assigned with same or different data types. Moving further, here the value can be fetched using indexing, same as list. So what's the difference between list and tuple? In list, we can change the value. That means lists are mutable. Now coming to the tuple, you cannot change the value. So tuple is immutable. So now moving to the last point, let's see some methods that we can use in tuples. We can use list.count, we can use list.index. So now let's see tuple encoding. Yeah, so let me write here tuple and I will comment it. So if I'm writing here A1, and we know that tuple is denoted by round bracket. So this is my empty tuple. Let me insert some value inside this tuple. So if I'm writing here Gaurav, and let me write here 100 and 100.789. Then after that, let me write here 3 comma 5 comma 3. And if I'm printing it, so you can see that this is my tuple. So now, so as I told you that in tuple, the value cannot be changed. So here you can see that A1 is my tuple, right? At index 0, I am having the string value as Gaurav. And if I'm writing here A1, and if I want to change the value at index 0, and if I'm changing it to great learning, and if I'm writing here print A1, you will see that I will be getting an error. So here you can see that I'm getting an error because the value cannot be changed in tuple. So that's why they are immutable. Now, after this, let's see some methods or some functions in tuple. If I'm writing here, let's suppose A1 dot count, and inside that, if I'm writing here 3, and if I'm running it, then you can see that I'm getting the output 2, because as I told you that count function will give you the number of value that has been occurred. So if I'm writing here 3, so you can see that inside my tuple I am having a 3 two times. So it has shown that 3 has been occurred 2 in my tuple. So this is the basic idea about tuple. So after saying what is list and tuple, now let's see what is set. So basically set is also a data structure, and it is denoted by curly bracket, right? And in sets there cannot be duplicate elements. So it is a collection of unique element, and it never follow any sequence. So let's suppose if you are having a set and you have assigned multiple values, so the multiple values will not be in any order, so it will never follow any sequence, right? And as I already told you that set doesn't permit duplicate values. Since there is no proper sequence, you can't fetch the value using indexing. Also, Set supports union, intersection, difference, and symmetric difference. And now coming to the last point, please remember that set is mutable. Now let's see set in coding. So what I will do now, let me write set here, and once again I will comment it down. So let me create a set. So I will write here S1, and as I told you that set is denoted by curly bracket. So let me write here curly brackets, and let me write here some values: 38, 47, 56, 77, 89. I'm just writing the random values here, 90, and if I'm writing here 91 and then 92. So let me print this. So on execution, you can see that I'm getting the values. So as I told you that set doesn't have any proper sequence. It doesn't follow any sequence. So here you can see that I have written from 38, 47, 56, 77, 89, 90, 91 and 92. And here in the output you are getting 38, 77, 47, 56 like this. Now, as I told you that you can't do indexing in a set. So let me write here S1, and inside that let's suppose that if I want to print out 38 values, so this is at index 0. So if I'm writing here S1 and the index position is 0, and if I am executing this, let me write print here. So on execution you can see that we will be getting an error. Let me print it out. So I'm running it, and you can see that we are getting an error because in set indexing is not possible because we don't have any proper sequence. Now, so after this, let's see some functions in set. So let's suppose if I want to add any element in set, so I will write here what's the name of my set, S1. So I will write here S1 dot add, and if I want to add, let's suppose 2, then I will just write here 2, and let me run it. And after running it, let me print my set. So you can see that 2 will be added in my set. Now, if you want to add multiple values, then which function you can use? You can use update. So I will write here s1 dot update, and inside this I can write 2, 3, 5. And now if I'm writing here print s1, you can see that I am getting 2, 3, 5, 38, 77, 47, 56, 89, 90, 91, 92. Now here you might have a doubt that here I have inserted 2, 3, 5. Then in the output, why I'm getting only one value of 2, 3, 5? It's because set doesn't allow duplicate values. So we will be having only unique value in a set. So now after this, let's see union and intersection of set. So if I'm writing A is equal to, let's suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if I'm writing here B is equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now if I'm writing here print, and if I'm writing here A dot union of B, then on execution you can see that I am getting these elements. So what does here union means? So union means basically all the elements of A and B, right? So here you can see that the elements of A and B are here. Now if I want to find the intersection, so what does intersection means? It means the matching elements of A and B set. So if I'm writing here A is equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and if I'm writing here B is equal to, let's suppose 4, 5, 6, and then 11 or 111, you can take any value, 112. And if I want to find the intersection, I will write here print A dot intersection. So if I'm executing it, you will see we will be getting the matching values, right? 4, 5, 6. So this is a basic idea about set. So after understanding list, tuple, and set data structure, let's understand what is dictionary data structure. So dictionary is also represented by curly bracket, but it is having a key as well as value pair. So inside a dictionary, we are having a keys, and each key is having a specific value. Also, if you want to do indexing in dictionary, you can do it through keys. Moving further, keys can be numbers as well as strings. So that means your key can be numbers as well as a string. Keys are unique and hence immutable, whereas dictionaries are mutable. So it means that you can't change the value of key. However, if you want to change any specific key value, then you can do it. So here keys are immutable. Immutable means you can't change the value, whereas dictionaries are mutable. So that means the values of dictionary can be changed. So this is the basic idea about dictionary. So now let's see its practical implementation. So let me write here dictionary first. So I will write here dictionary and let me comment it down. So what I will do now, I will just create a dictionary variable. So let me write a variable. I will give any name. Even you can give any name. So let me write here dictionary 1. And as I told you that dictionary will be denoted by curly brackets, and inside this curly brackets we will be having keys as well as its values. So let me write here key as 1 and let me assign here the value. So this is my key, and inside that I will assign the value, let's suppose Tony. So this is the value of key 1, right, whose value is Tony. Now so let me write here one more key. So I will write here 2, and here I will write its value as great. Then I will write here 3, and then I will write here learning. Let me print it out. So if I'm executing it, you can see that I'm getting this as in my output. This is my dictionary, right? If I want to know the type, so what I will do, I will just write here, and inside this print function I will write here type, and I will just write here dictionary. That is the variable name dictionary 1. And if I'm executing it, you can see that the type that I'm getting as class dictionary, right? So this is the basic idea about dictionary. So as I told you that if you want to do the indexing in dictionary, you can do it through keys. So here you can see that we are having keys as 1, 2 and 3. So let's suppose this key, third key, is having a value of learning, right? And I just want to print it. So how will I print? I will just simply write here print, and then I will write here the variable name, that is dictionary 1. And now this time I don't have to write the indexing position like in the previous case we were doing in list and tuples. Here I will just write the key. So here the key is 3, right? Because I want to execute this specified key value, right? So that's why I've written here the key as 3. So if I'm executing, you can see that I'm getting learning. Moving next, as I told you that dictionaries are mutable. So let me change the value here. So if I'm writing here dictionary 1, and let me write here the key as 1, and I want to change the value of this key. So I will write here admin, and now if I'm executing it, print, what's my variable name, dictionary 1, right? So you will see that Tony will be replaced by admin. So on execution, you can see that now at key 1 I'm having the value as admin. So hence dictionary is mutable. So now in control statements, we are having conditional statement. So let's understand about first if statement. So if statement is simple. If the condition is true, then the statement will be executed. So let's take an example. Here you can see that a is equal to 5, and I have given the if statement. If a is greater than 3. So here a is equal to 5. 5 is greater than 3, right? So as I told you, if the condition is true, then the statement will be executed. So here you can see that the condition is true. So it will print great learning. Now let's see it in the coding example. So let me write here control statement. I will just write it and comment it down. And after this, I will create a variable. So let me write here the variable name as a1, and I will give the value, let's suppose 100. And if I give here the simple condition, let's suppose if a1 is greater than, let's suppose 50, then I will just write here print, and inside that I will write here great learning. Now on execution, you can see that 100 will be greater than 50, so it will print great learning, right? Now, if I'm having one more condition of if, let's suppose if I'm having if a1 is greater than 30, and once again I'm writing here print great learning. So now if I ask you a question that how many times great learning will be printed, the answer will be 2, because I have given you the basic condition. And the basic condition is that if statement will be executed if the condition is true. And the condition is that if the condition is true, then the statement will be executed. So let me run it, and you can see that I am getting 2 times great learning. So now, after understanding if statement, let's jump into the else if statement. So what will happen in else if statement? So let's suppose your condition was true. Then we know that if part will be executed. But when the condition is false, else if will be executed. So here you can see that in this example, I'm having a is equal to 10, b is equal to 10. And the first condition is that if a is greater than b. So we can clearly see here 10 can't be greater than 10. So this condition is not satisfying. So once again I have written here else if statement, and I have written here a is equal to b, right? So 10 is equal to 10, right? It's correct. So this statement will be executed, right? So let me execute this. So if I'm writing a variable, let's suppose here a is equal to 100 and b is equal to 100, and now I will give the condition here. So I will write here if, and I will write here if a is greater than b, then print great lakes. I will give one more condition here, else if, and I will write here a is equal to b, and then I will simple write here print great learning. So here you can see that this statement is wrong. So if statement will not be executed. And here if you see 100 is equal to 100, then it will print, right? So let me execute. So here you can see that I am getting output as great learning. So this is the idea about if and else if statements. Now after understanding if and else if statement, let's understand what is else keyword here. So this keyword covers everything that hasn't been covered in previous conditions. So if you see here, x is equal to 50, y is equal to 25. So here you can see that I have given the first condition, that is y greater than x, and is 25 greater than 50? No. Then I have given the second condition, else if. Then I have given the second condition, else if x is equal to y. X is not equal to y also. So this condition will not satisfy. Then I have written here else statement. So here you can see that else keyword covers everything that hasn't been covered in previous conditions. So let me write it into the coding example. So if I'm writing here, let's suppose a is equal to 100 and b is equal to 50. Let me give the first condition. So I'll write here if b is greater than a, then inside this I will write print Tony. So this statement will not be executed. Why? Because b is 50 and a is 100, and 50 can't be greater than 100. I'll give one more condition, else if a is equal to b, I'll write here print Edwin. So clearly we know that this will not be printed because a is not equal to b. So I'll give one more condition here, else, and it will cover all the part which is not included in the previous conditions. So I'll write here print great learning. Now if I'm executing it, so on execution you can see that I am getting my output as great learning. So this is the basic idea about the conditional statements such as if, and else. So now after understanding conditional statement, let's understand what are loops. So loop is nothing but it's basically a repetition of a sequence of instruction to reach a certain condition. So we are having mainly two types of loop. The first one is for loop and the another one is while loop. Now coming to the for loop, it will repeat the same statement till the condition is achieved. So for example, so here you can see that I have used for loop. So I have written here for I in range, then I have written for under a parenthesis, right? And inside this for loop, I have written my print I. Now what will happen here? If you see I is my variable, right? And here the range will take four values and the value will start from 0, 1, 2 and 3, right? So always remember the value will start from 0. So we are having 0, 1, 2, 3. Total four values we are having, right? So this is a basic idea about for loop. Let's see it in the practical example. So let's see for loop implementation here. So I will just write here for loop and I will comment it down. So first we will see here range. So first we will be using here range function. So I will just simply write here for I in range, and if I'm writing here 5, and inside this if I'm writing here print I, then you can see that I am getting values from 0 to 4, right? So as I told you that if I'm writing here 5 inside this range function, then the value will start from 0, right? So that means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So inside that if I'm writing a statement print I, then it will print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So now let's see the for loop implementation in list. So let me create a list here. So if I'm writing here list 1, so as we know that list is a collection of different or same data type. So if I'm writing here Gaurav, I'm writing here 1, and if I'm writing here 100.5, So this is my list creation. Now what I will do here, I will once again implement for loop. So I will write here for, and I will write one variable. So let's take the variable name is x. So for x in, and then I will write here list1. So what will happen here, in this list 1 we are having three elements, right? That is Gaurav, 100.5. So x will take the value first as Gaurav, then it will take the value of 1, then it will take the value as 100.5. So what will happen here, so inside this for loop I will write simply print x. Now if I'm executing it, you can see that, the values in the list, that is Gaurav, 1 and 100.5, are printed. So in this way you can implement for loop in list. Now let's see the for loop in string. So let me write here for, and if I'm writing here x in, let's suppose if I'm writing here great learning, let me give the gap here also. So if I'm writing here great learning, and now if I'm writing print x, so you will see what will happen here. X will take the value as g, then x will take the value as r, then a, then t, then it will take the value as space, then it will take the value as l, e, and so on. So let me execute this. So on execution you can see that I am getting the output like this. So this is the basic idea about for loop. So now after understanding for loop, let's understand what is while loop. So while loop is a loop which is having one control condition, and it will execute till the condition is true. So let's take an example. Here you can see that I have created a variable a in which I have assigned the value as 0, and then I have implemented a while loop. So I have written here while a is less than 5. So here you can see that inside this while loop I have written print statement, and after that I have written a is equal to a plus 1. So what will happen here, if you see a value is 0 here, so 0 less than 5, right? This condition is satisfying, so it will print the value of a, that is 0, and after that there is an increment, a is equal to a plus 1. This is an assignment operator, right? So now a value will be 1. So now what will happen, this is a while loop, right? So it will execute till the condition is true. So now the new value of a is 1, so 1 is less than 5, right? It's true, so it will print 1. Then once again a plus 1, 1 plus 1 is 2. Once again it will go 2 less than 5, yeah, again it's true. So in this way it will print the output. So let's see it into the coding example. So what I will do here, I will write here while loop, and I will comment it down. So I will create a variable a is equal to 0. That means I'm assigning 0 value to this variable. And then I will create a while loop. So I will write here while, and then I will give condition while a less than, let's suppose, 10. And inside that I will write here print a, and then I will write here a is equal to a plus 1. And now if I'm executing, you will see that I will be getting the value. So here you can see that I am getting my output from 0 to 9. So this is the basic idea about while loop. So now after understanding for and while loop, let's understand about the break statement. So what I will do now, I will just write here list 1, and inside this list, let me write here great learning. I will write here great learning, then I will write here 100, then I will write here 100.5, and let me first write here break statement, and I will comment it down. So what I will do here, this is my list. Now I will create my for loop. So I will write here for loop. So now let me create a variable. So I will write here for x in list 1. And then what I will do here, you can see that x will take the value great learning 100, 100.5. So I will write here if statement. I will write here if x is equal to, let's suppose, 100. Then I will just write here break. But before that, let me print out some values. So I will write here print x. So now if I'm executing here, you can see that first what happens here, x will take the value of great learning, right? Because x will take first great learning value, then it will take 100, 100.5. So now x value is great learning, it printed great learning. Here you can see that great learning doesn't is equal to 100. So it will not break. Since this is a loop, so now x new value is 100, right? So it will print 100. Now it will see 100 is equal to 100, right? Now it will break. So now the question arises, what is break statement? So break statement means you are going to jump out from the loop. So here if I am written here break, so here you can see that I have given the condition. So 100 is equal to 100. So now I have written here break inside this if condition, right? So here I have written break. So it will jump out from the loop. So it will not execute further. So this 100.5 value will not be printed. So this is the basic idea about the break statement. So now after understanding break statement, let's understand what is continue statement. So let me write continue statement and comment it down. So I'll write here continue and statement. So let's suppose if you are going through any iteration and if you have written continue, so once again it will stop that particular iteration and it will once again start a new iteration. So let me show you with an example. So what I will do here, I will once again create a list. Let's suppose list 1 is equal to, and let me give here the values. I will write here GL, I will write here 100, I will write here 100.32, and then what I will do here, once again I will create my for loop for x in list 1. So here x is my variable, and inside this what I will do, I will once again give the condition if let's suppose if x is equal to 100, then I will write here simple continue. Now I will write here print and I will write here x. But here you can see that the print function is not inside my conditional statement, that is if, it's inside my loop, right? So if I'm executing it, you can see that I'm getting ZL and 100.32. So what happens here? So as I told you that X will take the value of GL, then 100, then 100.32. So now when X value is GL, so you can see that if GL is equal to 100, no, it is not satisfying. So it will skip this conditional statement, then it will print GL. So after that, the next iteration will start and it will take the value of 100. Now, X value is 100, X is equal to 100, this condition will satisfy. And here I have written the continue statement. So what will happen here? Continue statement will break this iteration and the new iteration will start. So once again, the new iteration will start here and now the X value will be 100.32. So now if you see 100.32 is equal to 100, no, so it will print 100.32. So this is the basic idea about the break and continue statement. So now after understanding conditional statement as well as loop, we will discuss about functions. So the first question is, what is function? So function is a block of code that runs on invoking or calling. We have already get some idea about function in variable, right? But once again I will explain you. So what happens here, if you want to create a function, first you have to write the reserve word, that is def, and then you have to write the function name, that is edtech. So here the function name is edtech, you can give any function name. After this, you can see that inside this function I have written my print statement, welcome to great learning. Now if you are thinking that this print statement will execute, no, it will not be executed. You have to call or invoke a function. So how to call or invoke a function? You can call or invoke a function by calling through a function name, right? So here the function name is edtech. So I will call it through the edtech. So I will write here edtech, that is the function name. So as soon as I am calling through the function name edtech, it will go here and then it will see the statement inside this edtech function. So here the statement is welcome to great learning and it will print. So this is the basic idea about function. So now after understanding what function is, let's see its implementation. So let me write here function and I've already commented it down. So now after this, what I will do here, first I will create a function. So I will write here def, this is my reserved word. Then I will give the function name. So let's suppose function name is player. Now inside this function I will write a simple statement. Let's suppose print Gaurav. Now if you are not calling this function and executing it, nothing will be printed. Let me run it. You can see that. So how to print this print statement? So I will call this function through function name. So I will just write here player. Now if I'm executing it, you can see that Gaurav has been printed. So now after understanding what function is, we can also pass information into a function as argument. We can pass list, tuple, dictionary, strings into a function as an argument. Now here you can see the example. This is my function, right? And inside this function, I am passing information in the form of string, right? Great learning, GL, great lakes. So I'm calling basically the function and I'm passing the parameter. So it will print me there. The name of the company is Great Learning. The name of the company is GL. The name of the company is Great Lakes. So what I will do here, I will write here function argument and I will comment it down. Now I will write here def. I will write here player and inside that I will write here print. Inside that I will write here print and I will write here the player name is, and I will write here player. So this is the argument basically. So what I will do here, I will call this function. So how to call a function? By function name. So function name is player. So let me write here player and let me give the argument as player1, right? It will be good. Why? Because I'm already having the function name as player. So there shouldn't be any confusion. So that's why I'm taking the argument as player1. So now if you want to call a function, then you have to call with the function name. So player is a function name, and inside this, let me write here Dhoni. Then once again, if I'm writing here Yuvraj, and if I'm writing here player Kohli, and on execution, you can see that I'm getting the player name is Dhoni, Yuvraj, and Kohli. So can you see that using function, we don't have to write too much code, right? Because if I was not using function, then I have to write each time the player name is Dhoni, Yuvraj, and Kohli. But here you can see that we are passing the information and we are executing the same code again and again by passing the arguments. So this is the basic idea about function. So let's take a quick recap of this course. We have started this course by understanding what is Anaconda. Then we have seen the installation of Anaconda. Along with that, we have seen variables, data types, and different types of operators. Moving ahead, we have also discussed the concept of inbuilt data structures such as list, tuples, set, dictionary, and we have seen control statement such as if, else, along with loops. And at last, we have also discussed about the function. So this is the basic idea about this course.
Alright guys, so to come to the agenda of this Jupyter Notebook tutorial, we are going to start this tutorial out by understanding what is a Jupyter Notebook, right? Now some of you all who have clicked on this particular tutorial might know what a Jupyter Notebook is, or you might have used it, or you might know that, hey, using a Jupyter Notebook solves so many problems so quick. So you guys are curious to understand what it is or how best you can use it, right? Well, we're going to start the session out by understanding what it is and of course all the key features that we have of Jupyter Notebooks in general, right? Now, after we check out the key features, we are also going to check out who uses Jupyter Notebooks in today's world, right? Now, you might be very curious as a learner to understand about, hey, where is this used? Is it even popular, or do we have a lot of people using them, right? So I'm going to answer that question as well. The answer to it is absolutely fantastic, right? Then I'm going to show you how to install Jupyter Notebooks on your machines, right? It's actually very easy. It can get complex if you do not know the simplest way of how you should install it. So I'm going to guide you with multiple methods, and I'm also going to show all this to you practically as well, right? Now, after we install Jupyter Notebook and we configure that it's working fine, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to have a hands-on session by using a Jupyter Notebook with Python, in fact, right? So let's take up a machine learning model that we had. So in that hands-on demo part, I definitely want to showcase the power of Jupyter Notebooks to you guys. Let's take up a complex data science problem and let's see how simplify. So let's take up a data science problem and let's see how much of a degree to which we can achieve modularity, simplicity, and effectiveness as well, right? So we're going to check that out. Now, after that, we are going to also check out the benefits of using Jupyter Notebooks as well, right? Now, this is put after the demo because when we get to this point, you guys will already be aware of some of the benefits, right? So I want you guys to actively engage with the content as well. So we're going to be discussing the benefits once you understand it theoretically, once you understand it practically, and once you get your thought process going, right? Fantastic, guys. Now, without further ado, the first item on the agenda, let's get started. What is the meaning of a Jupyter Notebook, right? To answer this question, we have to ask another question. What is a notebook, right? To get to a Jupyter Notebook, first of all, you need to understand the context in which we're talking about notebooks, right? A notebook is basically, a book which consists of a lot of information in the real life as well, right? Now, I have multiple notebooks where, each book is maybe for a subject like how it was in the schools and colleges. But the notebook that we're talking about here in general, let me tell you about it. Okay, so when we're talking about a notebook, what is it in our context? Well, to be very honest with you, it is nothing but a very simple document that consists of a variety of information, either of the same domain, of a different domain, or something which has a structure associated with it, right? Now, in our case, what we do is in a notebook, we divide a huge piece of Python code into many tiny pieces of code snippets called cells. And in fact, there we go on to not only just program, we can write the code, debug it, modify it, delete something. So you have it's like a playground for all of you all developers, where you have access to a fantastic user interface. You type your Python code and you get started with it in a very simple fashion, right? Now, this is where the most advantageous a notebook has been, is that getting started with Python, when Python started getting really popular, maybe in 2014 or 2015, it was very difficult then, at least in my opinion, for beginners to install Python, get started with it, set the environment variable, do this, do that, have configurations and all of that, right? With the case of a notebook, you're going to be saving yourself all of this effort and still have Python to work along, right? So it's always fun to have one single document that will not only give you the ability to just, run the code as and when you require, but also display output, display error messages, warnings, whatever it is. So it's complete, it's a complete document which consists of everything you need, maybe apart from the actual files, right? Now, in the demo that we are going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look at a data set as well. I'm going to be showing you how to import a data set into your Python Jupyter notebook as well. Right now, that's an important concept all of you all should know about. We're going to discuss that. So you should have had some clarity at this moment in time about what a Jupyter notebook is, right? So to talk about Jupyter, you can see that the spelling is different, right? It's not the same spelling that you would associate with the planet Jupiter we have in our solar system. Now, Project Jupyter is actually a fantastic open source program, which again, multiple developers came about, right? If you've heard of this concept called IPython, well, Jupyter Notebook was actually born, out of IPython. So it was basically the inception of Project Jupyter in 2014 from all the developers who used to work on IPython, and of course in that arena and domain as well, right? So it is a very nice tool in a way where it offers you fantastic user interface, a graphical user interface wherein you can have your codes in tiny pieces and snippets, and you can have such levels of modularity, right, which was pretty much impossible before Jupyter, in my opinion. Now, whenever you're taking a look at why Jupyter Notebook is even so popular, or whenever you're taking a look at coding contests, Kaggle, or wherever it is that people are trying to solve problems using programming, there you will always see that, hey, here's a notebook with my solution, right? It's a very common thing to do. You can give everything, you can have headings, you can have explanation to your code, you can have comments, inputs, outputs, data, everything that you require. As I told you, it's called as a notebook because it has all of these things, right? So right from 2014, I remember starting to use Jupyter Notebooks, right? So somewhere around 2015. And then of course, Google Colab came into the picture. So you do have some people using Colab and some people using Jupyter Notebook as well. Google Colab is nothing but a Jupyter Notebook. It works very similarly, has a very similar user interface, but it is hosted completely on the Google Cloud platform. So there is zero processing that is required from my end apart from an internet connection to use, in fact, the world's most powerful graphical processing units. In fact, the world's most powerful servers themselves, right? Of course, since it's a free tool, it's an open source tool. It's not like the entire thing is provided to you at Google Colab. But hey, Google is still providing a facility for you to do it for free, right? The advantage with the Jupyter Notebook here is that you can take your code anywhere with you. It's going to be in a single file. It's a completely structured piece of file that you can carry, you can share with friends and all that, right? So it's this kind of interactiveness, right? It's basically a computational notebook which gives you fantastic options to interact with it, write code and execute. I think this is the reason why Jupyter became super popular. Right now, this was when users and developers were getting started with the tool. But if you really have to talk about how Project Jupyter, became the number one thing, take a look at these two concepts. It's called quick prototyping and exploratory data analysis, or EDA. Let's talk about quick prototyping for a second. Quick prototyping is one of these situations where you have an idea and you want to say, hey, I have this idea, I have this problem, I know the solution. I want to quickly type in a piece of dirty code which may or may not work, or it might be pseudocode or anything like that. And I just want to make sure that I go from thought to product really quick, right? At least the first version of the product. It's also called as a prototype, right? If you're a person who's in this kind of a workflow where you just want your idea to go from its inception all the way to a product really, really quick, then having a Jupyter notebook is going to help you immensely, right? That's again the number one selling point for Jupyter notebooks. The second thing is when you're taking a look at exploratory data analysis, usually when you're doing complex analysis, right? Again, as we've been doing on multiple videos here, on the Great Learnings YouTube channel, you can definitely understand one thing about data analysis is that it will ensure that even though things don't get complex syntactically, once you start looking at 100 lines of code all bunched up together, it can be a little confusing. Again, here is where the modularity aspect of Jupyter Notebook, just wins across the board, right? Now, I am just naming the concept and saying that it wins because if you are not accustomed to using Jupyter Notebooks and that first time you use it, it's like being a kid in a candy store, right? That's how happy Jupyter Notebooks really make me, because again, I am not really a fan of command line interfaces where you have to sit and type in there, or I mostly do not use a lot of IDEs as well. So if you're on the same train, you definitely will love this, right? So one question I usually get asked all the time is, hey, so okay, if you're talking about a Jupyter notebook, now this is from the people who do not know what a Jupyter notebook is. They'll be like, okay, so what does this user interface look like where you can write and put in your Python code and execute it really well, right? Well, the interface is on your screen right now. We are going to check all of this out practically. In fact, this is just a screenshot of the demo that we are going to be taking a look at, right? So for the people who are very much interested, we're going to be taking a look at a complex demo. I'm going to be simplifying it to a super simple level where you will not only understand the demo, you will not only understand a little bit about Python and data science, but the main aim of that demo will ensure to make sure that you guys understand how you work with Jupyter Notebook and how best you can use it for your projects going ahead as well, right? But then taking a look at an interface like this and seeing the Python code there, in my opinion, is definitely better to a lot of the IDEs that I've used, and definitely a lot better than the Python command line interface, at least for my preference when I'm in the zone and I'm writing a lot of code, right? Fantastic. So I hope we are clear with the user interface. We are going to walk through all of these things practically. But then before we get to the point, we really have to talk about a lot of stuff and understand it theoretically as well, right? So here's the next thing that you really need to know about Jupyter Notebooks. Jupyter Notebook has its popularity so strong in today's world that it has become the de facto standard whenever people are looking forward to performing research, using the Python programming language, or of course using the other programming languages that are supported by Jupyter Notebook as well, right? This is a super important thing for all of you all to know at this moment of time. Why? Because we're not talking about personal applications. We're not talking about commercial applications. Remember, we're talking about research, the root of everything else, right? I mean, it is a super important part of either creating a product or even thinking about creating a product, right? Research. If this entire process can lean against Jupyter Notebook and Jupyter Notebook can support it completely, there is no tool that is more wonderful than that, is what I believe, right? That is what, again, it's not just my words that I'm saying all of these. When you take a look at researchers, when you take a look at scholars, or when you take a look at hardcore programmers, when you ask them, hey, what's that one tool that's really helped you a lot, maybe with Python or R programming language, the first tool they usually prefer putting out there is straight up saying Jupyter Notebook, right? So this is thousands of developers out there, and I definitely concur with their opinion because as I told you, if it's this good, it definitely requires a spot in the research domain, because there, if you get to work on efficiency, and if you're working on research and you're simplifying your manual tasks, or your own thought process has more room for research, it's always a better thing, right? So that's an important point I wanted all of you all to know as learners. The next thing which I always get asked about whenever I'm giving a seminar about anything related to data science, whenever I'm talking about data science, the first question I always get asked usually is, hey, do you use a Jupyter Notebook as well? Right? Now, this is from the people who know what a Jupyter Notebook is. Now, for all of you all who might not know, you have to understand that data science is a huge domain, right? It's literally an ocean's worth of a domain. Now, if there is a tool that can help simplify a lot of things for you when you're working with this domain, don't you think that's an advantage? That's the reason again why Jupyter Notebook came into the picture. They said, hey, our tool is going to simplify a lot of things for the programmers who are working with data science, and it has become such an integral part of data science today. Be it online, whenever you're learning using content, or whenever you're seeing someone actually build an application, I think it's rare people are using IDEs to get there. Most of these solutions or most of these applications can actually build by just using the command line interface, or in fact even using a Jupyter notebook, right? So for data science, this tool is helping very, very much. And if you guys are data science enthusiasts watching this video right now, and if you've used a Jupyter notebook, you know exactly what it is that I'm talking about, right? Now, for the people who do not know what I'm talking about, do not worry. At the end of this particular tutorial, I will make sure that all of you all get to take away a good amount of knowledge, a solid understanding of Jupyter notebooks, right? Look at it. We're just a short way into the tutorial, and we've understood many things about Jupyter notebook, right? Well, there is more. This is a question, ladies and gentlemen, that you see on your screen right now, to which you already should have an answer to, because I actually gave out an answer a little bit before, right? So is Jupyter Notebook a paid tool? Well, the answer to it is absolutely no. Is Jupyter Notebook a paid tool? No. The entirety of how Project Jupyter was even born is by having open source as its main pillar, right? So when anything is open source, it means that there's open contributions from people around the world to develop that particular product. Similarly here as well, Project Jupyter and Jupyter Notebook is, at least Jupyter Notebook is a free tool to use, wherein you can go on to work on it, type in your Python code, execute it fine. So you really do not have to pay anyone, in fact, to use Python as well, and of course to use the Jupyter Notebook as well, right? So it's completely free, be it for personal use or be it for commercial use as well, right? Fantastic. Now we are gonna talk about a little bit of key features of Jupyter Notebook that you guys definitely should think about, and you should always keep in your mind whenever you are thinking about either finding your favorite IDE, or in fact if you're confused between multiple flavors of Jupyter notebooks that are out there, right? We're going to be talking about the vanilla, the original Jupyter notebook out there. Well, first of all, let's talk about how Jupyter notebook even supports this plethora of languages that we have in today's world, right? See, we have so many programming languages in today's world. So for a tool to support most of these or all of these is really impossible. But then when you take a look at Jupyter notebooks, right? So this notebook, in fact, the entire Project Jupyter supports over 40 programming languages, everything from Python, R programming language, and Scala, right? That's the logo you see on your screen in case you guys haven't worked with big data tools, right? So the third logo you see on your screen is Scala. As I just mentioned, it is super popular for big data. Right, let's take a look at the next feature. Now, the next feature talks about having an interactive user interface, right? It has happened to me, in a decade's worth of programming, where you actually will understand your output better if you have a very clutter-free and a clean-looking user interface to work with. First of all, right? That is exactly what Jupyter notebooks offer to you. It is not just that you can type in your Python code, have some inputs, give it some data, you have your output, and you're done, right? You're talking about making your own process of writing the code very efficient in a way where maybe you have a lot of time to actually think about solving the problem, or in fact also thinking about the logic actively rather than breaking your head about Python's complex syntax, or maybe you looking at the syntax and getting confused, or if everything looks cluttered to you if you're working with the command line interface, or maybe even an IDE, right? Of course, I'm not saying IDEs are bad. IDEs are absolutely fantastic, but then in this particular situation, I believe that the Jupyter notebooks have a slight advantage, at least in terms of how well it is presented to you, how simple it is, how modular it is, right? So this is an important feature that all of you all, ladies and gentlemen, should know about. Now, once we understand about its interactive user interface, of course, I'm going to guide you guys practically by showing you all the things, all the options and all of that. But it's not only all these things that we're talking about is what makes Jupyter Notebook super popular. You can write all your code in one place. You can understand the output better. And of course, all the other 100 advantages we just spoke about right now. But the most important thing is that you can really share it easily, right? You might have seen the file extension .pynb, right? .pynb basically stands for Python notebook, right? It's a notebook file wherein you can have text elements, explanations, code snippets, images, videos, audio. I think you can have literally anything you want there if it helps you solve the problem at hand in any of these domains, right? Most popularly, it's used a lot in data science and competitive programming, right? Fantastic. Now, you have to understand that you can have just this one file, which is maybe like what a small program is 100 kilobytes, 200 kilobytes. It depends on the program itself. So you can, directly upload it to the cloud, share it in an email, put it up on your GitHub in case if it's your program that you have worked on, right? So you can do a lot of different things with Jupyter Notebook. The most important abilities, whenever you're usually using Jupyter to solve a problem, it is a team effort, right? It's not like you're solo doing everything. That is when you might have to write a piece of code, share it with a couple of friends, share it with your testers, share it with another entirely different team or a shareholder, right? That is where, this is just a click of a mouse button, hit save, attach the file, send it in a mail, and even they can open it in their Jupyter notebooks, work on it, change on it, debug something, send it back to you, and you're good. That is a convenience which is very rare in the world of programming, right? I mean, IDEs do this, but Jupyter notebooks do it better in an easier fashion, let's just say. Nice. The next point that we really have to talk about, the important key feature here, ladies and gentlemen, is basically talking about big data integration. See, I believe that the entire world is a big data problem today, right? I mean, we are generating so much data, right? Terabytes and terabytes worth of data got generated by the second I did that, right? By the time you heard the sound, there are multiple thousands of terabytes worth of data that was either being shuffling around the world, that's been moving, or that's being created right now. That's a fun fact, right? So knowing that we're living in a world where we are being surrounded and to a point where, you're almost suffocated by the amount of data that we have, having the ability to actually leverage all of these things using tools from our domains such as big data is something super fantastic, right? Here in the case of Jupyter Notebooks as well, this is exactly what we do in the case of using it with programming languages like Python, using it with programming languages like R or even Scala as we discussed, right? So it's a very important thing. Now, after you understand all of these things about the key features, in fact, even an introduction, knowing what a notebook is, you guys even saw the user interface for a second there, I'm sure you will have this question that says, hey, okay, so who uses Jupyter Notebook, right? So if you were to understand about who else uses Jupyter Notebooks, well, you're in for a treat. Let me tell you this. A Jupyter Notebook is used by millions and millions of people across the globe, right? In today's world, there's somewhere around 700 programming languages, of course, in total today. And some of these programming languages have not just one integrated development environment as an IDE, but multiple IDEs, right? Think about Python itself, ladies and gentlemen. Python can be, you can write Python code on Pycharm, you can write it in Google Colab, you can write it in Jupyter Notebook, you can write it in multiple different places with multiple different user interfaces, which is eventually doing the same thing or solving the problem, but it's offering different amounts of efficiency there, right? So if you're curious about where these millions and millions of people are actually fitting in, I think we have to understand this by first looking at the growth of Jupyter Notebook, right? So I told you it came out in the year 2014 or somewhere around 2015, right? So in fact, in its first year or in 1 or 2 years of its infancy, there were 200,000 users who started using Notebook in 1 year of Project Jupyter, putting out the notebook. But it's not that. Listen to this. Right from 2015, which was 6 years ago, from then to 2018, right? There was such a huge spike. There was such a huge increase in the number of users that we're talking about. We have 3 million notebooks. In fact, 3 million notebooks were shared in the year 2018. If you're thinking about 2021, I definitely would believe that this number has doubled or tripled in itself. We're talking about it in the millions, and I'm aware of that. right? That's how popular it is. Everyone, people from Google, Microsoft, IBM, Bloomberg, right? I don't want to name all of these companies, companies, and of course even certain fantastic universities across the globe as well. So wherever you see on the screen, right, understand this: everyone from Google, Microsoft, all the way to NASA make use of Jupyter notebooks, right? And in the research side of things is where you see a lot of the names of these universities, right? Northwestern, NYU, Berkeley, be it something like Clemson, Michigan State, and all these, right? So research, universities, individuals, startups, and even multinational corporations. The net worth of the companies in the first row itself should sort of, give you an understanding of, hey, if these guys are using Jupyter notebooks, I think it's fine, right? So that kind of a thought process should help you understand. It's not just the thought process that's going to help you. This is an open source community where, if you're a person who's new into using Jupyter notebooks, new into using Python, you definitely will be welcomed really, really well in this community with open arms, regardless of your proficiency, of how well you know Jupyter notebook. You might not even know how to click a button, on Jupyter notebooks. So there are people who definitely will help you, right? So I definitely want to, welcome all of you all at the end of this tutorial to actually be a part of this community that we have, right? The Jupyter notebook community across the world. It's not a website, it's not a group or anything like that, but it's a place, whenever you're talking about Jupyter notebooks, you can find help on millions of websites out there regarding, right? Any websites, be it Stack Overflow, be it Quora, or any of these places where you can ask questions and get answers to them. Well, you will be welcomed with open arms there, right? Fantastic. Now, coming to an important part of this particular session, how do we go about installing a Jupyter notebook to work with, right? Now, I want all of you all to follow along with me here, right? I'm just going to guide you about what to do, what to download, and how to set it up. Let me actually discuss about it a little bit and we can get started. First of all, to install Jupyter Notebook on your machine, there's an important prerequisite you guys have to concentrate about. Well, even though we've mentioned this, right? There are 700 programming languages, out of which Jupyter supports 40, which is again not a bad thing. But when you're taking a look at the 40 programming languages, let's just say I want to work with something else apart from Python. Now I'm a R programming language guy and I've installed Jupyter Notebook to work with. But a catch here with Jupyter Notebook is that it compulsorily requires at least one kernel to work. When I say kernel, you're going to understand when we're talking about it practically. This is where, right, even though Jupyter supports multiple programming languages out there, Python actually is a compulsory requirement for you guys to go on to work with, right? Either you use Python to install Jupyter Notebook or you use a distribution which provides Python alongside a Jupyter Notebook, right? There's only two options of how you guys can go about this. And of course, there's many ways of how you can install it. The simplest ones are these, but either way, regardless in both the options, you will have the presence of Python, no matter what, right? That's an important thing. Now, the next question you might have might be saying, hey, okay, so if you're installing Python Jupyter Notebook right now, or any Jupyter Notebook for that matter, right? I'll repeat this entire thing. Alright, so now you might have a question saying, are there any ways to install, or is it just only one way that we have to install? I just answered this question previously, right? There's many ways to install, but I'll showcase to you guys two very interesting ways to solve it. Now, one is installation using pip. Pip is basically the Python's package manager, right? Python programming language packaging manager is actually called as pip. And then we have Anaconda. Anaconda is the distribution environment that I was just talking about, right? Now, installing using both is actually possible for all of you all, regardless of your experience with Python. But to install it by using pip, as in the Python's package manager, well, think about it for a second. I told you require Python to install this, right? So if you're installing a Jupyter Notebook using pip, you must already have Python configured and ready to use so that you can use it to install Jupyter Notebook, right? There's multiple commands here. In fact, you have two very important commands that you guys have to use. The first one says install upgrade pip. This is where you're actually installing the latest version of the package manager, because if you have an older version of package manager, it might not install Jupyter correctly, right? So make sure you guys are using the latest version of PIP, and once your PIP is updated to the latest one, next you can run a very simple command called pip3 install Jupyter. Now, if you guys are working with any other Python version apart from Python 3, right, so you can just use pip install Jupyter there as well. Pip3 install Jupyter is a very simple command, and I think it's very easy to remember as well, right? Pip install Jupyter. Jupyter, again, it is Jupyter, as you've been seeing, right? So it's two commands. If you guys have worked with Python, this is a breeze to install. Now let's talk about a situation where you might not have worked with Python and you might require some help to do it hands-on, right? So this is where we will go on to use Anaconda. Now let's go on to talk about how we'll use Anaconda for this. Alright guys, so the first thing that we have to do is we have to make sure that we go to Google and we ensure that we have Anaconda, right? I'm going to showcase the steps for you guys. It's very simple. Whenever you're searching in Google, just type for Anaconda. As soon as you type and search for Anaconda, as you can see on your screen, the first thing you will come up with is the distribution themselves, right? Now, I'll walk you through Anaconda's site as well, but there is a very simple way of how you guys can navigate around it, right? Now, it's the first time that you guys are seeing Anaconda. You have to understand that this is a paid product, right? So they have multiple versions and it's a paid product. But at this moment of time, remember I told you that Jupyter notebooks are free to use. You're just using Anaconda's distribution to install Jupyter notebook, right? So that is where, I'll just come back to Google here. I'm searching Anaconda here, and you can see this thing called individual edition, right? Anaconda individual edition, or you're going to use this URL as well, anaconda.com/products/individual. This is the toolkit that you guys want to install, right? Now, this is the toolkit which again comes with all of the, so this is what I'm talking about, right? If you're working with respect to machine learning, you'll have libraries such as NumPy, SciPy, Pandas, Scikit-learn, again, a fantastic machine learning library. So you have an access, an uninterrupted access, I want to say, for a lot of these different things, right? Even the deep learning tools such as TensorFlow and PyTorch as well. Now, the thing that you really have to do here is simple, guys. Just click on the download button here and it's going to ask you and it's going to take you down to the version that you guys have to install. Now, we were going to talk about this, but now that here we can actually finish the discussion. As you can see on your screen right now, Anaconda is available for all of you all who use Windows. For, of course, all the Apple fans, it's available on Mac OS as well. And for all of you all who are using Ubuntu or any other flavor of Linux as well, well, good news. You guys can have access to Anaconda as well, right? Now, I'm using a Windows machine, as you can see. So I definitely want to download the 64-bit graphical user interface, right? It's basically giving me a setup to do it. Let me go to the, let me actually show you. So as you can see, it started downloading, right? I just actually want to cancel this. You just saw that it was 500 megabytes and it took 3 seconds to download 500 megabytes, right? I have a very fast internet connection, but I didn't want to download it again because I already have it. Now, alright guys, so I've already installed Jupyter Notebook, but then I'm running it through with you guys again, right? So you'll be welcomed with a screen such as this as soon as you download the tool. All you have to do is click on next, click on agree because you have to agree with the license agreement. And here, depending on either you're working with your machine, your office machine, which might require an admin privilege, right? You can select all users, but as soon as you click on all users, it's going to ask you for the administrator right? Now, as soon as I go on to click and give it the admin right, it basically is going to take you to a next screen where it's just going to hit install and you are done with installation, right? This is literally as simple as it. I'm quitting it right now because I already have it, right? Now, in fact, what were the steps that we just did? Can you guys take a second to go on to just think about the steps that we did, right? Let me open up the steps quickly. First of all, we are going to begin this by installing which edition of Anaconda? The individual edition, right? It's somewhere around 500 megabytes at the moment of creation of this particular video. Download it. It's a very easy to install setup, and as soon as you finish your setup, I'm going to show you where to go about, right? It's literally as easy as opening your start menu and just starting out with your Anaconda or even your Jupyter notebook, right? As we discussed, the individual edition, of course, Jupyter notebooks in general support multiple operating systems here, be it Windows, be it Mac OS, or be it Linux as well, right? Now here it says, welcome to Jupyter. This is the Jupyter dashboard. Well, enough of screenshots. Let us actually get started to use this, right? Now, let me just click on my desktop. I'll click on start, and on the start, can you see these two things that have popped up here? Jupyter Notebook, Anaconda, PowerShell prompt and all of that. The first thing that I want to do here is open Anaconda PowerShell for all of you all, right? Alright, right? So I just clicked on the Anaconda PowerShell prompt. In case if you don't have access to this, just click on start and type Anaconda, right? And as soon as I typed Anaconda, you'll get Spyder, you'll get Navigator, you'll get Prompt, and you'll get a lot of other things, including a Jupyter notebook as well, right? This is one way of opening the Jupyter notebook. Now, what do you think is the command to open a Jupyter notebook from the PowerShell, right? It's simple. All you have to type is Jupyter notebook. And hang on, there's a small typo here. You have to be very careful, of course. These are all commands, right? So Jupyter notebook, hit enter, and guess what? It should start out with our notebook in just a second here, right? Now, it's an important thing for you to understand that, hey, do I have to use PowerShell to go on to do it always, right? Okay, guys, as you can see, it took a couple of seconds, I think around half a minute to actually open from the PowerShell to open up this particular page. And this is your first look at a Jupyter notebook, right? In fact, this is not a notebook. This is a Jupyter dashboard, as we would call it in the notebook, right? Now we opened it up using one way, right? I mean, it's a very simple thing that we did where we went to the command line, at the PowerShell, and we opened it. Let's try the other way of opening. But then before that, I want to make sure I want to close Anaconda completely. And after that, I'll just go to Jupyter notebook and hit enter. So all that is doing is the same thing which I did manually. It's going to open up a prompt. It's going to open up a Jupyter notebook command, and here it should say, hey, welcome to Jupyter. Right? This is the super amount of convenience. And in the background, if you see, you will have this notebook which will be open, right, ladies and gentlemen? This, make sure you guys are not closing, because if you close this, this entire concept of Jupyter Lab or having access to a connect with our kernel itself, right? We're using Windows and all the processing power of my machine to solve all the Python applications there. I'm not connected to the Google Cloud platform, or let's just say AWS right now. This is where you need a connect from Windows to your Jupyter notebook. For that, you really have to have this open. If you close this, your Jupyter notebook will cease to work, right? It'll basically log out of the kernel, and it'll have no access to run the code for you. So let me minimize this. Now that we have actually installed a Jupyter notebook, the first thing we have to do is let's just try out if it works fine or not, right? Here on the right, let me zoom in a little so that you guys can see what's going on. Of course, you'll see the Jupyter logo there. You're going to see the Jupyter dashboard that looks like this, where you'll have files, running clusters, and all of that. So let's quickly talk about everything from the top. Quit basically closes Jupyter notebook, right? It closes. This is basically a server client architecture where your Windows machine acts as a server, and you using the notebook becomes a client there, right? So quitting this will ensure that it removes the link with the server, and of course logging out will ensure that you log out of the servers themselves, right? Servers as in the servers that in fact we ourselves just created, right? What's running here. Now, what you see here is basically a snapshot of my folder, right? If you go to C drive users, and in my case, if I go to C drive users Anirudh Rao, this is exactly what I will see there, right? It's just giving me a dashboard. You can change this. This can point to C drive, D drive, E drive on default if you want. But since it was just installed and it really isn't configured, it shows you this way. It'll show you when the file was last modified, the size of the file as well. It's not showing the size of the file because we're talking about folders here, right? Now, in fact, we're going to discuss about all of these things. Let me click on new, the button on the right. You guys see it here, right? Let me click on new, and it's saying, hey, what notebook do you want to open? Here, if I had installed R programming language in Scala, it would give me three options to say, hey, you can either open a notebook in Python, basically using the Python's kernel. So guys, from the home page, we clicked on new, we clicked on Python 3, and here we are at our first Jupyter notebook, right? Now, we're going to walk through what happens entirely. But the first thing that I want to try is to see if Python is working or not. Now, what is the standard way to check if Python is working or not? Right? We either type in a message, we type, you can just do whatever you want, a simple Python code to see if it runs, and let's check. Print, welcome to Great Learning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Great Learning. We have installed a Jupyter notebook with probably 2 or 3 clicks of a mouse button in a very simple fashion, right? Now, to get to the demo, I have to make sure that you guys understand the interface that we are working with, right? First of all, I hope all of you all are clear with the home page. On the files side, basically it's showing you all the documents. For example, if I click on desktop here, it will basically show you if you have any Jupyter notebook files. You remember when I told you about a Jupyter notebook file file having the extension ipynb, or the .py file is basically a Python file, you can see that we have something here on my desktop. It's called as Jupyter demo, and it's a notebook that I created for all of you all, right? Fantastic. We're going to check that out. As you can see, it'll give you the file size here as well. Let me come to the next tab here. The next tab talks about the current running Jupyter process. Since this is a server client architecture, right now there is no other Jupyter terminal that are running, right? We're not working with any of the terminals directly, but we have a notebook that is open untitled .ipynb, right? So I can shut this down, I can close this. So I can do, when I say shutting it down, we're talking about kernels a lot. So let me quickly give you an idea about a kernel. A kernel is basically used to ensure that the computer itself, in its most, the CPU understands how to execute Python and how to execute Python and ensure that Jupyter notebook also gets it, right? So that is where we require a kernel to actually sit and work with the phone. In fact, all of your mobile phones, right? Since it's working on Android, or in fact even on iOS, it will have its own kernels as well. It can be a single kernel architecture or multi-kernel architecture. That's an entirely different thing. Next, we have clusters. Clusters is basically when you're using IPython and you're using it in the parallel mode. That is again not the item of the agenda, so we are not going to cover that, but it's fine. For you guys to get to a very advanced level is when you will be using clusters. But for you guys beginners, if I try to cover clusters and show you a demo on that, there's a good chance you guys might get confused on it, right? Okay, now we are done with this particular thing. We realize that, hey, Jupyter Notebook is working and all of that, right? So let's actually go on to take a look at the demo here. First of all, let's take a look at everything here from the tabs and the options that we have. Take a look at the file option. Here you can create a new notebook. As I told you, if you had R language installed as well, you'll get an option to either choose the Python kernel or another kernel itself, and then you can actually open up a Python notebook, as I told you, using the dashboard. Then you can make a copy of it and you can actually save it as untitled copy. Just clicking on it will save the entire notebook into one. You can save, you can select save as. Save as is basically you can give a notebook directory / desktop. Maybe I just want the notebook to be called as Anirudh, right? You can do that, and then you can rename the notebook. You can save and checkpoint. So this is a fantastic feature we have to talk about. Checkpoints. Checkpoints is when you actually work on something and you have that as a safe zone in case of something in the future. If you're working on the same code, if you mess something up and you forgot what you changed, where you changed among a lot of lines of code, you can actually revert back to a checkpoint, and all the code which was present at that time, right, it's going to be as it is. And right, even though you've been working and modifying it 100 times, as soon as you roll back to that checkpoint, all of your code at that moment when you saved that checkpoint is going to be intact, and that will be the version that you're going to see, right? Revert to checkpoint is exactly that. Now we don't have any more checkpoints because we just created this notebook, right? You can print it and you can download it as well. Look at this. This is where another huge advantages of Jupyter Notebook lies. So as soon as you click on download as, it will give you multiple different options. You can download it as HTML, download it as JSON. In fact, it uses JSON a lot to work, right? So you require this, you require JSON, to be very honest with you, since we're talking about not just program level or programming language level independency, but we're also talking about operating system independency with Jupyter Notebook, right? So that's where it's important. Next is close and halt. As soon as I click on this, it's going to halt the server and it's going to close the Jupyter Notebook, right? Then coming to edit. Edit is when it's giving you options which you might have not seen in Python before. Cut cells, copy cell, delete cell, split cell. What is all of these options, right? In fact, what you see on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, is a cell. In fact, let me delete, the cell. Fine. Now we have one cell. This is actually a code cell. There's multiple types of cells that you can have, right? For example, let's take a look at something called as a markdown cell. So if it's a markdown cell, it's basically an explanation, or you can use HTML here directly. You can use an HTML tag directly here to either have a heading, subheading, add your images, add your videos, or whatever it is, right? Also, you can similarly just use a hashtag. Hashtag will give you access to multi-levels of heading here. For example, this would be heading 1, right? Heading 1, you can see that it's pretty big in the size. Now if I just do it again, this is heading 2, right? I'll do it again, but with this time with three hashtags, and now it's heading 3. I guess you guys are understanding where this is going, right? Now, for all of you all who might be confusing, hey, isn't hashtags used for adding comments in Python? They are, but right now this cell is not being treated as a programming cell, but this cell is being treated as a text cell where you can put any text that you want, either in HTML format or even in rich text, is exactly what we did as well, right? So these are like the multiple sizes and levels of headings that you guys can get whenever you're working with it. It doesn't have to be heading, right? So you can just type anything you want. For example, step number 1, we are going to use Jupyter, right? So we can have something such as this. This will not run. Even if you click on run, nothing will happen. It'll just come as a text there, right? Because this is a text box. This is not a code box. Next, we're going to take a look at a code box. Basically, the same example that we did right here. Let's just say hello world. And here you can see that there's a slight difference. Here it doesn't say markdown anymore. I can have it as a markdown as well, right? Now, as soon as I hit run, this is a text, but I want it as a code. So all I'll do is click on code, and now I have it in the code snippet, right? Being here is very simple. Now to execute this, what do? It's simple. There's a very big play button or a run button that you see. You click on that, it works. But is there any other way? Are there any other shortcuts? Well, I'm glad I asked the same question, because if you take a look at it, it has a ton of shortcuts, right? Instead of actually, hitting the run button every time, all you can do is hit Control Enter, right? If you just click on that tab and hit Control Enter, you'll actually go on to run it and execute it fine as well. But there are 2 color modes which you guys have to pay really good attention to. Is this one? Look, the bar on the left side, can you see it is blue right now? It is telling that we are in an execution mode, or we are in a mode where we can either modify the cell. So this is cell operation. Either execute the cell, delete the cell, or move it around top to bottom. But what if I have to go into the mode where I have to code it, right? Let me just click on it. One mouse click on the text bar, and you see the entire thing became green right now. Let me zoom in so all of you all can see. Can you see that the entire thing is now green on the left side? This is when we have gone on to edit mode, right? This is edit mode in a way where you can actually write Python code and it will execute. Now, what if I add a couple more of exclamation marks, hit enter, and hello world is there, right? You saw this. This is how you can move it. No, I'll repeat that. So this is how you can work with a single cell in the edit mode, and of course in the view mode as well. But the other thing that you really have to know is, let me have here another cell for you guys, right? First of all, what we can actually go on to do is find out the version of Python that we have installed, right? We installed Python, we verified that it's working fine, but we actually left it at that. Can we go on to verify and check the Python version that's installed for us, right? On the right, it's telling us that it's Python 3, but hey, Python 3 point what? There's multiple versions there, right? So let us go on to check that out. So guys, I'm going to type in the piece of code now, right? So from platform, import Python underscore version, right? Now this is a function that I'm actually calling that's present in platform for us. So I need to call the function. So I'll just say Python underscore version here. And since this is a function, of course, the parenthesis is important. Now I showed you guys a shortcut. I just hit control and enter, and you can see on the screen that it's giving me saying, hey, you have Python 3.8.8 installed, right? Pretty simple. Of course, you can find that out here as well. You can find out a lot about, especially this help section is fantastic, guys. You can get a tour of the entire user interface, all the keyboard shortcuts that you need. Right now, for example, I can actually go on to delete this entire cell, not by pressing a delete button, not by going around somewhere selecting options. I just double click on D, but then I do not have to be on the edit mode. Right now, see, it went green. This is the edit mode. If I type Ds, it is going to show me Ds on the screen there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure I'm not in the edit mode. That's when it's blue color, right? Now that it's blue color, if I double press D, I don't single press it. If I single press it, nothing happens. The key D, I double press it and boom, it deletes it, right? That's pretty simple. In fact, even to add cells, right? You particularly have the examples as well. If I press A, it will add it above the current cell that I have. And if I select the cell and type in B, it will basically add it below. So with the cell that you have selected, if you press A, it's going to add one more cell on the top as in above, or if you select B as in below, it's going to add one more cell below to you guys, right? Now, this is when I pressed A, I this is going to be a comment, so it's okay. I pressed A and this cell is above, right? And I pressed B and this cell is below. Right? This is a pretty simple example. You can see that I'm not taking very complex programming examples here for you guys to understand, right? But then this is a simple Jupyter notebook interface where you can work with it. You can save files. You can add a cell, basically cut cell. You can even cut and paste cells as if there were files, right? You can move it around with the arrow keys. For example, if I'm moving this around, I can do it as well. Run, stop, rerun, or this last button is actually fantastic. You can restart the entire kernel and run every single piece of code that you have from the first to the last, right? That's an important thing. And then it says that this is a trusted notebook. If it says the notebook is not trusted, or if it's from an untrusted source, you'll have to trust it first. Only then will the kernel connect to run, right? Again, multiple options in the view. It's very simple. You guys, toggle header is basically either removing that Jupyter notebook untitled, right? Instead of it saying untitled, let me just say great learning demo on Jupyter, right? Jupyter. Fantastic. Now I renamed it, right? Rename it. I'll click on save and this notebook is saved. So if I have to remove that particular header, I can just click on view and toggle header. Toolbar is the same thing, right? You either want the toolbar here or you don't. You can select it. You can have code line numbers as well, right? You can see that it says line number 1. Now it will say line number 2, line number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can you see that? I can either have this on or have this off, right? There's a keyboard shortcut for it. It says Shift L, right? Let me just try Shift L right now. And hey, line numbers work. Now I'm a person who prefers line numbers on, so I'll just leave it as is, right? Fantastic. Now, what's the next option that we are going to look at? Sorry, I clicked on that. Yes, right. So we ran all the cells. You can select a cell and run all the cells above it, or you can select cells and you can run everything below that. You can run all the options. You can manually select the cells to run and all of that, right? So you can convert this from a cell type from a code to a markdown, right? As soon as I converted it into a markdown, it basically went into being a big in blue, right? Again, let me make this code. It's a comment. Again, it won't matter. But then you have to see the difference. This is a Python comment, while this is not a Python comment. This is a markdown, right? Even though I've just used the same hashtag there, that's something you have to know. And then talking about the kernel, yeah, this is when you interrupt the kernel with double pressing I. You can restart the kernel, double pressing 0. You can restart and clear it, shut it down, change the kernel in case here you're writing a piece of code that's working in Python. Maybe the next notebook you're working on is R and you just want a quick switch. All you do is click here, come and click on R and you're done, right? The next thing is something called as the widget states with respect to Python or with respect to Jupyter in general, right? So Jupyter widgets are super popular, but I want to make sure that you guys do not get confused with using widgets right now. If you're very much curious, let's definitely have a session where we're going to create widgets, save it, start using widgets on it as well. But then if you guys are beginners, it will confuse you out, right? Fantastic. Now we already saw the keyboard shortcuts. You can edit it. You can have your own shortcuts. You can get help with respect to Python, IPython, NumPy, SciPy, right? I really just basically open up their own website. I just clicked on Matplotlib, so it's opened a Matplotlib website there, right? It's pretty simple. But then did you guys notice one important thing when the Jupyter notebook opened up? Look at, let me zoom out, right? Look at the URL, the uniform, the URL here, right? It doesn't say jupyternotebook.com. It doesn't say any website's name. It doesn't say Google. It doesn't say Facebook. It says localhost 8888/tree. Now, what is localhost? With the port number 48, right? So it's basically talking about this machine itself. We are in a server client architecture right now. In fact, if you're in a network, you can have your office server actually run your Jupyter notebooks for you, and you can have individual clients connect to the same server and work with it as well, right? Since the server and the client, in my case, are both on the same machine, it is basically opening up the local host. This would be the address of that particular IP address or network, wherein if you are in an actual server client architecture where the server and the client are two different computers, right? That is when you'll see something else. But right now, what you're seeing is basically self-addressing, that is localhost port 48, right? Fantastic. Okay. Now that we've covered all of that, now that we've understood what each of these options does, don't you think it's high time we open up a pretty complex Jupyter notebook to see if we can make use of the modularity to talk about the advantages and all of that? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Let me click on file. Let me click on open. And now basically it just gives me a dashboard, right? I can actually close this. In fact, I can just close it like this. It's going to have an instance running, which eventually we can close later. Now, where is my file? It's in the desktop. I'll go to desktop. I'll click on jupyterdemo.ipynb. As soon as I click on it, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Jupyter notebook. It's a very simple data science demo I have for you guys here, right? If I just go to 100% the font, it'll be very difficult for all of you all to see it, right? Look, it just looks so tiny. I understand that a lot of you all, who tune in from your mobile phones might have a bit of a difficulty to take a look at it, right? So that's the reason why I'm going to zoom in when I'm explaining, right? Now, I can see that all my previous outputs are seen, right? So I just want to remove all the outputs. So I just go to all outputs in the option cell. I go to cell, I go to all outputs and I say clear all outputs. Now you cannot see any of the outputs, right? Fantastic. Okay, so what is the first thing we need to do? We need to trust the notebook on the top right. If it's not trusted, in this case, it's my own notebook. Of course, it's trusted. So we can actually go on to start executing this, right? This is where I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's super simple to work with. First of all, what is it? What are we doing here? Let me give you an overview of what it is that we are trying to achieve in this particular demo quickly, right? This is a data science demo, basically where we are using machine learning and a lot of statistics to understand what are some of the features or what are some of the situations and trackable metrics that will cause diabetes, right? So I'm going to have a machine learning algorithm, see if it can perform predictions by using a lot of patient data, and can it tell me if this person is diabetic or not? Of course, in the real world, we will know, right? So me as a programmer, I will know if person A has diabetes or not, but my machine learning model will not know it. So it has to guess. It has to sit and use data, understand it, work on correlation, use machine learning algorithm to see if it can understand it. I know that person has diabetes. Yes or no, I know it. But the machine has to tell me, hey, I think I have such and such percentage of probability that this person might have diabetes. You will understand more as in when we go on, right? To go on to achieve this model, we require a lot of data science libraries, of course, like NumPy. NumPy is fantastic. It's called numerical Python. It's absolutely necessary for handling any sort of numerical operations in Python. Then we have Pandas, which offers two beautiful data structures for us. One is called as the series. The second one is called as the data frame structures, right? Fantastic. Next, we have Matplotlib, Seaborn. Matplotlib and Seaborn are two data visualization libraries where in case if we are working on graphs or we're working on any sort of visualization, this is the library you're going to require. Now, why do I have it here? Because I have graphs for you guys to show, right? And the next we have is sklearn. Sklearn, or is also called as scikit-learn, is the heart of the entire machine learning library, is what I would like to say for Python, right? Now we understood the first what's happening here, right? Of course, you can see that from these libraries, I'm basically trying to import a lot of different things. Now, we are not in the edit mode. The green one is the edit mode. The blue one is the working mode. So I just hit Control Enter and it's showing a star here, right? So if it's showing a star, it means that it is still executing. Please wait. Once the star becomes a number, that is when your code segment has executed, right? For example, at this moment of time, this code segment, all we're trying to do is we're trying to import all of these libraries, so it should take a second. Well, there you go, right? It went from a star, it went from the asterisk to 1. If I execute it again, what will happen? Well, 1 will just become 2. 2 will just become 3. 3 will just become 4 if I keep doing it, right? So all I'm trying to do is give it an attachment, give it a number where it's I'm just finding out the order or the number of times I've executed, right? Now, the next thing that we're going to go do is actually use pandas to import this data set for us. Now, this data set lies here, right? I have to give the path for the data sets in C drive, users, Anirudra, that's my name, downloads, and diabetes.csv. This is a file that I want to use. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit Control Enter, right? As soon as I hit Control Enter, you can see that it shows 5. It shows 5 basically because here it's 4. We did it 4 times, right? Now the data set is imported and it's ready for us to look at. So what is this data set that we are talking about, right? So look at this. As soon as we use the .head method, we can look at the data set. Now, whenever you're thinking about diabetes, ladies and gentlemen, there's many causes that can lead to diabetes, right? Everything from pregnancies, glucose, of course, blood pressure, skin thickness, insulin, body mass index, all of these things, and of course, even age can have an impact impact on diabetes, right? So wherever you see zeros here, it means that this patient does not have diabetes. Wherever you see 1, it means that this person has the diabetes. This last column, the outcome column, we will see it, but when we are providing it to the machine learning algorithm, we will not provide it unless we are testing it. All right. Okay, fantastic. Now, what we're going to do, the next thing is we're actually going to try to print all the columns that we have. As you can see, pregnancies, glucose level, blood pressure, skin thickness, insulin, and BMI and all that, right? A BMI of 25, I think, is considered as the standard to say you're fit. Anything more than that is usually considered as fat, and then it's obesity and slightly obese, completely obese. For example, a body mass index of 43 means that this person is extremely obese. You can see a lot of insulin value in there. You can see their age. I wish this also had their weight as well, right? Because as soon as I look at that body mass index, I can sort of guess that this person might not be getting in a lot of workouts or might not be burning the calories. So there's a good chance he or she might have diabetes, right? So this I can guess. Now I'm going to use my machine learning algorithm to use all of these features to actually go on to give us a prediction there. And these are all the columns, right? I'm just printing it out to give you details about it as well. The next thing that I did here with data.info was to tell you that, hey guys, listen, we have 768 patients worth of data where we're actually going to do this, right? Fantastic. Now you know how many people we have. 768, right? The next thing is basically a statistical description of what is going on. It says statistical, it's actually statistical. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So with the statistical description here, you can go on to see that you can find details about the count, as in how many rows of data are there for these particular columns. What is the mean of each of them? What is the standard deviation, the minimum value, 25th, 50th, and 75th percentile, and the maximum value as well. So if you just wanted a quick statistical look at the data set, all you had to do is just click data.describe. Of course, data being where our data frame is there, right? So the next thing that you go on to do after just taking a look at it and understanding, right? Now, you might ask me a question saying, why did you do this? Well, I just wanted to take a look at the average body mass index of the 768 people I have here. Well, I can get that with 1 second. I just looked at it and I got the answer, right? So it's 31.9. This is for 768 people all in total body mass index. So the next thing I want to do is I want to see if I have data for all the 768 people. If any of these were to be true, it's telling me that, hey, there is not a number. There is something else apart from a number in these particular rows or columns of data, and please fix it. Since all of it says false, basically my data set is pre-cleaned and ready to use, right? So the next thing that we're going to take a look at is correlation. Let me actually execute this. This will give you a fantastic looking output, as I just told you, right? Let me go on to go a little zoom out on this, and ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is basically what we call as a heat map or a correlation map, right? Now this is a very important map, even though it just looks a little funky for the people who might not know data science. Even though it just looks like a lot of pixelated color blocks, it is actually giving me a ton of information, right? I would rather use this to get the information rather than looking at something like this, right? Of course, this is basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to map a relationship, a correlation, a positive or a negative correlation between two of these features that we have here, right? For example, is blood pressure related to glucose? If you ask a question, take a look at glucose, take a look at blood pressure here. It's this. So it's slightly darker color of purple. It's telling me that there is not much correlation. Find a light color. Hey, here's a light color, right? But it's between skin thickness and insulin, or in fact, insulin and skin thickness. These are mirror images basically, right? So it's slightly pink because it's telling me that, hey, these two features have more in common than the other, right? Of course, these are all in-depth data science concepts. Do not worry if you don't understand this. But one last thing about a correlation matrix is that whenever you try to compare the same thing, it will give you 100% similarity, right? That's why all these elements on the diagonal are white. White means 100% positive correlation. Of course, if you're comparing pregnancies with pregnancies itself, there is no difference. If you're comparing glucose with glucose, no difference, right? That's the reason why all of these are white. Fantastic, right? Now let's not get into too much of the detail. Let's quickly get to understand how many people have no diabetes out of 768 people. Well, 500 people don't have diabetes. That means 268 people have diabetes, right? So we know how many people don't have diabetes and how many people have diabetes. Let's quickly plot a graph to showcase. This is where we require libraries like Seaborn and Matplotlib as well, right? Look at this. You can see that if it says 0, if the outcome is 0, it means the person does not have diabetes. So we have 500 people with no diabetes, but 268 people with diabetes. Now, the next thing what we usually do in machine learning is we split the data into testing data set and a training data set. It's just like you guys in your college are giving an examination, right? So you use the textbook to learn and eventually you give out the answer paper after the examination to the teacher, right? So that's when they use your answer paper to evaluate your performance based on your learning from the textbook, right? So here our textbook is basically the training data, and the examination, the test we're going to perform on it is basically called as the testing data. So you have to split the data set so that when you're providing the test data, it sees an entirely new data which it has never seen before. That way it can predict accurately, right? Simple. So all I'm trying to do is I'm splitting the data 80% for training, 20% for testing, and as soon as I click that, it's done. The next thing is where we actually use linear regression. Now, for all the people who might have never used machine learning, who might have never used data science, if you were wondering saying, hey, this guy is showing us a machine learning demo, it might be a really long demo with probably hundreds of lines of code. Not really. All these 3 lines of code is exactly what is necessary to perform the entire machine learning procedure. This is when I'm calling the machine learning algorithm. Basically, what we're trying to do is logistic regression. Logistic regression is a supervised form of learning for all the people who might know it. And then we perform model fitting. This is the exact step. This line of code teaches the model how to predict. The next thing is where I try to see if the model has understood anything or not. Let me hit Control Enter. It'll actually give me a warning where it says total number of iterations limit, as in it's just said that hey, you can increase the number of iterations, and we have basically reached a limit where it's trained so many times already, right? It didn't even show us anything that it's training and it's already trained. Of course, the next step is to perform predictions. I click on it bypassing the testing data, right? Now at this moment of time, I actually know what's going on with respect to my model. If I print something called as a confusion matrix, now for all the people who do not know, these 4 really funny looking numbers will give me everything I need to know about my model. If someone just gives me these 4 numbers about their machine learning model, tells me the problem statement, tells me, hey, these are the use cases and this is what we have done, I can tell you if your model is performing really well or not. In fact, you just give me 4 numbers, I'll tell you if your model is probably doing great or where it might require some help as well, right? So this is a metric which tracks values in terms of what actual values are versus what the predicted values are, right? So it's a comparison where we're attaching a metric called as true positive, true negative, false positive, and false negative. So each of these numbers have a meaning. Now, I do not want to get into the detail of it because it might confuse you, right? Now, the last step is to find out the accuracy. Now, my machine learning model is trained, but how accurate is it, right? As soon as I click on Control Enter, it's telling me that, hey, out of every 100 patients, for 75 patients, it can guess exactly right, saying this person has diabetes or this person does not have diabetes, right? So it's a 75% accurate model. In my books, this definitely works, right? Because all we're trying to do is we haven't even shown if the person has diabetes or not to the machine learning model, but machine learning was intelligent enough to understand, saying, hey, okay, so all of these things, I see a common pattern here. So it builds a couple of patterns, it uses the algorithms to learn, and it can give you a probability of guessing if the person has diabetes or not, right? Now, we did all of these things in a very modular approach. You look at that, right? Now, let me remove all the outputs again. Let me clear the outputs and look at this, right? You see that we have how nicely we have each of these in a single tab. You imagine just having all of these in just one single tab and me trying to explain you guys, and at the end, I just have to hit one enter button and everything gets done. You really will not understand anything about what's going on. This way that I broke it down for you, of course, since this is not a data science demo, I just walked you through it really quickly. If this was a data science demo, we would, talk about all of these things to a good amount of detail. But my point here was to make sure you can have this kind of a modular approach to go on to teach this, right? How cool is that? So ladies and gentlemen, this is Jupyter Notebook. So with this practical session, let's get back to discuss a little little bit of theory, and we can go on to close this particular session, right? So welcome back to the presentation. The last thing that we're going to discuss is the benefits of you guys using Jupyter Notebooks. You already know all the benefits by this moment of time, I am for sure, but let's quickly revisit it so you guys remember it, right? First of all, modular division of code, right? You saw how we can divide code into tiny bite-sized pieces, and imagine having that entire code snippet in one cell, and it wouldn't even be called a cell at that point of time, right? So modular division helps you immensely. This is a benefit you know about. Here's another benefit that you guys already know about at this moment of time, right? Jupyter Notebook is platform independent, as in you can work with it on Windows, Mac, and Linux as well. And of course, it's language independent, as in it'll work with multiple different programming languages like Python, R, Scala, and about another 35 or 36 programming languages. The next benefit, of course, it makes your entire process of writing code, and if you have to explain it to either a teammate or in fact enthusiastic learners like you guys, it makes my job a lot easier to see it in these tiny cells where, you know, I can just execute that cell and show you what it means, right? Now, it will not always work like with other programming languages. If you have a compiler based programming languages, you usually cannot divide it into cells. You can actually, there are many ways to do it, but natively you cannot do it. With Python, we can do it because Python is an interpreted programming language. If you do not know what that means, that's up for another discussion. But then since we're at the end of this video, you guys can actually find out, everything about the interpreted language nature of Python as well if you guys are interested, right? Fantastic, guys. On that note, let's quickly summarize everything that we have learned. We started out by taking an understanding of what a notebook is. Once we understood a notebook, we dived right into the heart of the topic. We understood what the Jupyter Notebook is, how it works, why is it so popular, who uses Jupyter Notebooks, the applications. We ran through the interface. You guys saw the Jupyter dashboard. We also worked with taking a look at the entire user interface of the Jupyter Notebook itself. We had a simple demo for all the people who may or may not know how to work with Python as well. So I hope all of you all weren't confused at that moment, that we had two small demos. That's the reason, right? I just wanted all of you all to understand. Now for the audience who are slightly more advanced, who have worked with Python previously, you guys got to saw the entire huge demo, right? Both beginners and intermediate viewers, I am sure you guys will understand that, hey, having this modular division helps us a lot, right? So we checked out all of those practically and we walked through the benefits, but then by the time I came to explain the benefits for you guys, right, you guys already knew it. As soon as you saw the slide, I'm sure you were like, yes, we know this, right? That is the entire point of this particular tutorial, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that all of you all at this moment of time know what a Jupyter Notebook is, know how to install it, know everything there is in the user interface, and you know how to work with it, and you are ready to either learn Python or use any other programming language supported by Jupyter Notebook to actually have a problem, find a problem, solve it, and do it in a fantastic way using Jupyter Notebooks.
So let's have a look at what is Pycharm. Pycharm is one of the most famous integrated development environment, in short, which is known as IDE. For Python, developed by a seasoned organization called JetBrains. So basically, JetBrains invented Pycharm. It's one of the most popular environment to do the Python coding. Now, if you just write Pycharm download, and from there you will get the first link over here, right? You just need to click on this link. If you click on this link, it will redirect to you for their official website to download Pycharm. You can see you have to download Pycharm. There is two particular version you have. One is professional, one is community. So basically, if you want to go for professional, you have to pay after few time. If you want to go for using this for your company, then we should actually go for professionals. Then we have another version that is for community. Community is basically for us, it's free and open source. You can see it's also mentioned over here. Now, there are few operating system we have. We have Mac, we have Linux. So if you have Mac, you just need to click on this tab. Then there is some different exe file you need to download. So as I have Windows, I am going to download it. So you just have to click on download. It will automatically start downloading, right? Thank you for downloading, but I just need to pause it because I have already downloaded Pycharm. Actually, a download python.exe file, you have to click on that. It will automatically start installing it. There is no other you will not need to do lots of things to do that. It's automatically will start taking the download. So as you can see, we have done this installing process. So let me show you. So you can see there is automatically a actual like icon is there. I just need to click on this icon, then it will automatically start basically opening this particular software. So let me just do that. It will take few time to get started. So I will show you what are the things we have in this particular IDE, right? How can you make your new project? How can you make your first Python file, and how can you run them? So you can see it started to get it's the Pycharm is basically taking few times to get start with, right? So this is the interface we are going to get for Pycharm. How can you start with making your new project, right? So in this case, you can see this is the whole interface we have for Pycharm. Now, if I want to click on file, and now, okay, if I click on new project, right, it will ask me for the new project. It will basically going to make a new environment for me. So now there are few things we need to talk about. Now you have to give the project name. Suppose I am going to give a project name, Python demo 2 or 1, right? So I have given the project name. Now you can see this is the Python interpreter. This is new virtual environment. Now they have two options. One is new environment using this. You have to make your new environment, otherwise the previously configured interpreter. Now you will ask me, what is the difference between new environment and the previously configured interpreter? Now, there are few differences we are going to talk about. In this case, you can see if you make a new environment for your project, this is basically going to give you a new specific environment for your this specific demo, right? For this specific project. So whatever the package you are going to install, whatever the thing you are going to do, that is very specifically for this particular project. Now, if we do the previously configured interpreter, it will basically, if you have done any project earlier, it will take that interpreter. So if you're gonna change anything on that interpreter, it will affect this particular project as well. So suppose if you want to make a project where you just need to make few packages and you need to make a total new environment for it, so then I should suggest you to go for making a new environment, right? So now if you look over here, that the base interpreter, so your base interpreter will be Python 3.8, right? In this case, if you just go and previously configured interpreter, then you will get few option. Let me just show you the interpreter. No, I am not getting any option, but there are, if you have Anaconda in your system, you will get that. If you have Python in your system, you will get that. Whatever the thing you want to select, you can select for previously configured interpreter. As I don't make any configuration previously, that's why I need to make a new environment, right? After that, I just need to click on create. Then it will give me a pop-up basically to asking me if you want this making a project in this particular window or a new window, right? So for my case, I want to make it in a new window, right? So basically it's going to make a new creating virtual environment for my new project Python demo 1. So it will take few minutes to get loaded. So let's see how we can start our first project using Python and how can we actually execute them. You can see we have got our environment, the total new environment for this particular project. Now we have in default main.py file, right? So now if you want to make a new Python file, you have to go to your project, then click over here. You will get an option for, okay. Right. So you will get an option for what new you want to make. I want to make a new Python file. I need to click over here. After I click over here, I need to give a name for this. Now I want to give a name for demo file 1, right? So this will be my new file. So now as we can see, we got it, right? So now I'm going to write print. Then I'm going to write, hey, welcome to great learning, right? So now what I need to do, I need to execute it. How to execute it? For that, if you want to save something, you have an option called save as, right? You can save as well. And you also can have an option of save all, right? Control is in the basically the shortcut for that. Now if I just need to execute it, what I need to do, I just need to execute what? For executing this, you have this particular as well, this run main. This is basically for running the main file you have, right? So this is something you will get this particular symbol to run something. Now if you go here and if you just click over here, you will get an option for run demo file 1 as well. So if I just run this run demo file 1, what I get, hey, welcome to great learning, right? So this is how you can start working with Pycharm.
Now, in this part, let's learn regarding understanding the basics of IDE. So first we have to start with creating and how to open the particular file or project in IDE. After that, we'll know how to version control, like what is the present version which we are using for this particular IDE and what is the feature of those. After that, we'll be learning how to configure the IDE. Configuring is nothing but where the files has to be placed and where it has to go and how the IDE should execute. So that's about understanding the basics of IDE, and quickly we shall see how does a Pycharm IDE looks like. This is how Python Pycharm IDE looks like. So here you can see you have various options, and first of all it is having welcome screen here. You can directly launch a project here or open any existing Python file. Then you also have how to create a version control is also here. You can get the version control. This is what I was speaking about. So you can know how to create and open the file, also get version of this particular IDE. So if I quickly click on get version, so this is how it looks like. Either you can integrate that with GitHub, I mean to say. Apart from that, it is Mercurial and Subversion. So you have 3 different options in order to version control, and you can also launch your GitHub URL here so that it is in coordination, local drive as well as the GitHub account. So that's about the understanding basics of Pycharm IDE. Now we shall see key maps and shortcuts. First, we shall learn what is key map in Pycharm. So Pycharm supports many key maps. That means what are the different frequently used editors shortcuts will be displayed, or the commands will be displayed in key maps. So what is the shortcut you have in order to access that? You have to go to help and then go to key map reference. So let's quickly see how does key map reference look like in Pycharm. This is how Pycharm IDE looks like. Now we have to see how to have the key reference. So we have to go to help and we have to have the key map reference here. If you click on this key map reference, we'll be finding a sheet, right, opening in our browsers, which is showing you all the shortcuts, right, whatever the user is using or the creator is using, it's been listed here. So if it is quick enough to access the shortcuts rather than going up to the menu and finding the sub menus and stuff, you can directly note down the shortcuts which you are using frequently and try using this key map references. Now we shall learn regarding Omni. So it is a feature in Pycharm where we use in order to navigate between location to location, classes to classes, or project directories to project directories. It acts as a quick access to the projects or the classes which have declared in the code, right? So let's quickly see what are the different elements you have in Omni. So Omni has functionality. One main thing you have to know, the features of Omni is described in navigation menu. In navigation menu, you can find the options which is available, which is categorized to be Omni functionality. Okay, so the first thing which you can see there is class, right? So class helps you to easily move between the classes which you use in the code. Say for example, it is a big project and you have numerous of classes, right? So all these classes will be in one particular code where you can quickly access by using Omni and the class option in that. So the next one you have is back and then forward. It is very simple. If you want to access back option, then it is Control Alt left. If it is a forward option, that is Control Alt right. That means it will return into the previous state where the code was. If it is back, if it is forward, then it will try to go to the next state, right? So that's about the Omni functionality. Let's quickly check on the IDE how this functionality work. Now you can see navigation button here, that is navigate, right? If you click on that, you will get first option as the back. If you want to go to the back, you can also use Control Alt left. If not, you can also have forward option, which is disabled because we don't have anything on the platform here. That is why. Then I spoke about class. If you want to access class here, you can also use this option. So this is how Omni will work. In return, it is like we are having shortcuts to many of the menus. Mainly we'll be using back, forward and class. Now we shall see macros and micros in Pycharm. So before knowing macros, we shall learn what is difference between the Omni and the macros first of all. So Omni is a feature where we can go to the specific location, specific folder, specific class where we'll be getting our results. But in micros, we'll also reach that particular class where we want to reach, but we'll go through all the functions in between. It is not directly we are going to that particular location we want to go. Either it might be a class or it might be a code, right? So let's quickly check upon what are the different macros we have, right? So generally we have navigate macro. That is the main menu which I can tell you, right? In navigate, we can go for declaration, where you can also see different types of declaration which you have made in your code. Also, what is the type of the declaration as well, and super methods which you are using. Any methods and functions which you are using is displayed there. Apart from that, you have one more element you have to look into. That is search everywhere. So you can search, discover any class, any associated method by using this option, right? So you can also search via Google. So let's quickly see in Pycharm IDE how does this macros and micros work. Now you have to locate the navigate menu. So if you go there, first you have to look into the declarations or uses, right? You have declaration or uses, and then you have implementations. You have which type of declaration, you have super method. So all the access has been declared with shortcuts, right? If you want, you can remember the shortcuts as well. So apart from that, you had an option called search everywhere. That means anything you are missing, you can't remember, it is not listed. If you know the name, you can quickly type. For example, it might be a view, right? So you have different viewing options, viewing methods, view breakpoints. So all the elements are present in this particular menu, and you can search just like you search in Google, right? That is how the macros will work in this particular Pycharm IDE. Next, we shall learn regarding micros. So micros are used in order to locate specific location within a file. Inside a file, if you want to find any of the class or the code, specific functions or methods, you can use micros. The majority of the development process will be using this particular tool itself because it is very quick to access. It will be having the hierarchy of menus. A main menu, sub menu, again you will be having a sub menu. So that is how micros will work. So next, you have an option called from the source or select open file in this micros. Right here, it will allow you to scroll between the chosen source. That means whichever the code file which is open, right, that particular code file will be located by using select open file. Whichever we open, that will be located. The next, you have expand all. As you all know, expansion is nothing but if you click on that menu, all the sub menus will be shown to you. If not, if you want to close it, you can call it as collapse all. It will collapse all the submenus or directories which has been shown on the Pycharm IDE. Apart from that, you also have show option menu. That means it will show the different menu structure in the panel, right? In the project panel, if you have a main function, it is having a main folder in that. Apart from that, you have many other files. It will also be listed there. Let's quickly see how does these four will work in Pycharm IDE. This is an IDE. These are the four options which I was talking about, right? So the first one which you can see is select open file. If you click on that, this is the file which is open right now where the program is adding two numbers. It is being named as main.py. So which is open is shown here. The menu is called select open file. Then you have expand all. If you want to expand, these are the only elements we have to expand in this particular project. So it is in expansion mode. If you want to collapse all, you can click on that. It will collapse the folder. Again, I'll show the difference between expand and collapse. I'm clicking on expand. So only one particular file is there, that is main.py, that has been shown. Again, I collapse this. Yes, it is collapsed. Next, you have one more option called show options menu. If you click on that, you will get lots of sub menus which you can use. If you want to move that to somewhere, if you want to view that, and if you want to resize, if you want to stretch to left, right, maximize the tool window, remove from sidebar, if you want to remove this menu itself, you can do all the additions and deletions you want as per the user requirement, as per the developer requirement. So this is about macros in Pycharm. Now we shall see how to improve and write code in Pycharm. So improvement is nothing but how do we indent our code. Whatever code we try to write, Python code might be, we write on Pycharm, that should be indented properly. It has to give the breaks between the classes you declare, between the methods you use, between the functions you use, and different declarations you make. If you don't have break, and if you just use a for loop or if loop without braces, or the indentations is not proper, it is very difficult for other programmer to continue whatever the code you have written and understand that particular code, right? So this is how you have to start having the improvement, and you have to write a proper code with a good practice, right? So we shall see in Pycharm, it actually includes the standards, right? You have to have a Python program written in a place where it is indented, and if as soon as the person sees the particular code, he has to understand, or she has to understand how this particular code works and what is the requirement it is serving, right? So the first thing you have to know is improve code completion. So code completion is an option which is there in Pycharm. Just like other IDEs, for example, Visual Studio, for example, they'll be having auto intelligence process. So what happens in auto intelligence? If you are writing certain code in the platform, it will try to give you all the options which is available for the code which you are writing. Say for example, if you start with if, it will show you the if statement, if else statement, if else if statement, every possible actions will be shown to you. It is your choice in order to choose which one it is adaptable, right? So it will give you the hints how you have to write the code. So that is improve code completion. If you want to access this, you can manually press Ctrl plus space bar, right, from the keyboard. Then you have intention action. That means it is showing you what are the different options you have. It will intend the specific action. If you are trying to do some debugging, how do you debug, and what are the breakpoints you have, and where is your cursor located, with where it is going in the program. So all the tracing will be used in this particular actions, right? So everything will be displayed to you. So now let's quickly see how does this code improvement can be done in Pycharm. In this IDE, let's see how can we improve the process, right? If you try to give Control plus space bar, so it will show you what are the different option it can give. If you want to start if statement, you can start. If you want to start a class, you can do it. If you want to go for, you can do it. Then importing anything, you can import. It will suggest you all possible elements which you can use in your code. So this is auto intelligence or improvement of the code. This is how Pycharm will suggest you to choose between the options. Now we shall see intention action. How does it provide, right? Now you have to press Alt Enter. If you try to press Alt Enter, it will say inject language or reference. For example, if it is a big code, it will show you what are the different elements you can add with, right? You can just click on this, it will show inject language or reference. If you want to proceed this code somewhere, you can click, and it will also have certain options like edit intention settings or disable injection language or reference. So all these options are used. If it is a longer code, it will know where it has to break and how the program is executing. So this is how the actions are shown in injection, right? So that's about improving and writing code in Pycharm. Now we'll learn how does the Python console looks in Pycharm, right? So the option where you have to reach is, first you have to go to tools and try to run the Python console, and it has a full featured Python terminal uploaded in Pycharm. Let's quickly check how does it look on Pycharm IDE. This is the IDE of Pycharm. So we have to go to tools, and we have to click on Python or debug console, right? So I'm clicking on it. Here it is. Also, you can directly access from the below menu, but still this is the way to go. Tools, and again you have to choose Python or debug console, right? So now I'll try to put up a new file inside a project which I've created. So we have to click on new and select Python file. So name the Python file anything you wish for. So now it is sample. Once that is done, here I'm going to show the square root of a number. Same program, which is finding a square root for any number entered by the user. So these are the lines of code you have to enter. First thing is enter a number, where you'll be asking the end user to enter a number. Then you will calculate that with a square root variable where you have a operation mentioned, right? A formula mentioned. Then you will display the output accordingly. So let's quickly run this program. So before running, we have to debug, right? So go to run and then do the debug. So also you can use Alt Shift F9. If not, you can choose this way. So I'm debugging this. The file name which we gave is sample. So we'll select the sample now. We'll start debugging. Right? There is no errors, hence it has been executed. Quickly, let's give a number here. So I'm typing 25. The answer should be 5. 25, the square root of 25 is 5. Right. So if you could see, the square root of 25 is 5 is been printed. Right? This is how a Python console works in Pycharm. Now we shall see how are interpreters connected in Pycharm. Right? Majorly, interpreters are used in order to verify whatever the code you write, is it correct or wrong according to the rules or library functions, right? So there's one more way to check installation of interpreters in Pycharm. You can use Python package index, that is pip install, right? You can use that and install it if you are running in Python console. If not, you can directly assign the interpreter. I'll show you how now. This is the Pycharm IDE. It is better to start with a new project in order to know the interpreter settings, right? So let's quickly go to the file menu and start a new project, right? See, here you can see the location. You can also see the location of the environment, and then also you can see the base interpreter. You will be having 2 or more options if you're having more than one interpreters here. You can select that and you can create the project, right? So if you want to continue in this window only, you can select this window. If you want it in a new window, it will create a new window if you choose new window option. So I'm taking this window itself. So it will create virtual environment accordingly, and the interpreter is set. This is how the new project Pycharm IDE will look like. Now we shall see how do you debug and put up breakpoints in Python code in Pycharm, right? So as of every programming language, whatever the code you type, you have 2 steps in order to get the output. One, you have to debug first, then you have to run the code. That is when you'll get the desired output. Right, let's quickly check in Pycharm IDE how do we put up a breakpoint and also how do we debug. Already I've opened a Python file here, right? A demo Python file. Here I'll be pasting a code where we are swapping the 2 numbers from one variable to another variable, right? So I was talking regarding debugging. To debug, we have to go to the run menu and we have to press on debug. If there is no errors, directly it will execute. I'm selecting the file. Right. The value is being interchanged, right? So A was 5 before and B was 10. In the output, you have got value of A as 10 and B as 5. Okay. So what about breakpoints? So let me quickly show you. It's in the same menu, that is run. You have to go to breakpoints and you have to enable. So wherever you want, you can just put up a breakpoint. What is the use of breakpoint? The reason is whenever the code is very long, right, lengthy codes, you have to put up breakpoints to break that into modules or subcodes, right? That is why you use breakpoints. You can paste your breakpoint anywhere you want on the line. If you want to take it out, again, you can press on the same breakpoint. It will be out of your code, right? If you miss any of the breakpoints, again, you can go to run and you can go to restore breakpoint. In toggle breakpoint option, if you restore, it will give you the first inserted breakpoint, right? So this is how debugging and breakpoint work in Pycharm. Now we shall see how to integrate the version control for Pycharm. That means if you want to do any integration of different softwares or different platform, different framework to Pycharm, you can do that. So you have an option to have the version control of them. Either you can connect Git, for example, the repositories, whatever the coding which you do simultaneously gets saved in Git repository as well. You can have that connect between the local system which is installed in your local drive or local computer, the Pycharm, and the cloud-based Git repository, right? You can have this connection by using integration of version control. So Pycharm is compatible with numerous of control systems or the frameworks or the elements which you want to use, plugins for the matter, right? Let's quickly check upon how does this version control work in Pycharm IDE. So here you have an option in the menu called VCS. If you click on that, the first option you get, the sub menu you get, is enable version control integration, and also many other menus are here. If you want to create a Git, you can create a Git. If you want to create a Mercurial repository, you can do that also. If you want to import any versions, you can do that. And you have different, you can also share your project in GitHub by using this space, right? So first option, if you check, first you have to enable before creating anything. So you have an option to enable. So you choose which repository you want to use. Either it might be Git or Subversion or Mercurial. So you have three options to do it. If you click on Git, and you will be asked your Git URL. If you quickly give your URL, it will be integrated. So that is how you can integrate the Git repository in Pycharm. The next topic is HTML and CSS integration. In Pycharm, you also have option to integrate the HTML files or the code files which you are trying to write, right? So let's quickly see in an Pycharm editor how well it supports HTML and CSS, right? So let's quickly put up the code, some sample code in IDE. This is how the IDE looks like. And again, you have to go to file, right? After going to file, you can select new. Already there is a project, so I'm selecting new. Once you select, you will be asked which type of file you want to create. You can create HTML file. So give a name for that. Here I'm giving demo2, right? I'm clicking enter. Once that is done, already a sample skeleton of HTML will be visible. Any modification you want to do, you can do that. Right here, I'm naming this page as hi greetings, right? Any elements you want to add inside that, I'm using for sample p tag, and I'm trying to type one simple sentence. So if you want to execute, you will be having options here. Which one you can use, it's up to you. Either it can be Edge, or it can be Mozilla Firefox, or it can also be Google Chrome, right? I'm using Chrome now, right? So this is how it will display. The title which you gave for the file is hi greetings, it is there, and the content is I like coding. So this is how HTML and CSS can be integrated in Pycharm.
Right, so what is Spyder? You might look at the name and say, okay, that's not what a spider is named after, right? But of course, it's not named after a spider as in the creature. It's actually it has a full form. Spyder stands for Scientific Python Development Environment. As the name itself suggests, if you're a person who's working, in the domain of data science, if you're a person who's working in the domain of data analysis, right? This scientific environment will give you all the tools that are needed for the trade, right? Now, you might be a person who says, hey, now I don't have anything to do with data science or data analysis. Can I still use Spyder? Well, of course you can. It's a full-blown integrated development environment, but it had a niche purpose when it was built, and that purpose was grown out through the trend to a point where right now, if someone says, hey, I want to get started with data science, if someone says, hey, I want to get started with data analysis, what is the one IDE? If they had to pick one IDE out of all the choices you took a look at, definitely Spyder would be my recommendation there, because at the the end of the day, this was built for that, right? Whenever something is purpose built, it will give you a huge set of features that is meant for those domains through which you can work, right? One important thing you have to understand to start out with, right? The first thing you have to understand about Spyder is that it is open source. It is developed by the community. It is developed for the community. Now, if that is not enough, you already know that it is developed for Python, but did you also know that it is actually written in Python in itself, right? So how Spyder works, it uses Python. What do you do with Spyder? You write more Python code. How amazing is this, right? So it just showcases the power of Python, and it showcases what you can do, again, having a very good user interface, and of course having an IDE working with that, right? So understanding that with an IDE you get these chances and you get access to such good features which is absolutely not possible in a text editor, right? Now whenever you're trying to enter something into a text editor, of course the text editors these days, especially Google Docs or something like that, will go on to predict what it is you're typing, but even I don't think it would do the same if you're trying to write code, right? Because it has absolutely no idea what language you're writing in and all of that, because maybe it's not analyzing, it's not its job. The text editor is basically giving you a place where you can write down your text in a structured manner, save it, and be done with it, correct? But with an IDE, it's purpose built to make sure you have more structure. It is purpose built to make sure you have access to a lot of things which will help you write the program, as I mentioned. So coming to certain components of Spyder, right? Now, Spyder as an IDE has a lot of things that it's associated with. There's many core building blocks which make Spyder what it is. The first part is the code editor. Now, as I told you, a code editor is going to be very, very important, be it in terms of how you highlight the syntax, be it in terms of how it shows. Can you combine cells? Can you actually combine your piece of code into one element? Can you split it out? Can you separate it out as you prefer? All of these questions you're going to be having, and you can do all of that with the help of a code editor, right? It will give you this sense of freedom. It will give you a lot of leeway to play around with code, structure it as you want. Of course, you'll still have to conform to the rules and the syntax that's presented by the programming language. But apart from that, whatever you do, you have access and you have the flexibility to do what it is that you want with the language, right? That is the most important part of Spyder. Now, it's not just that. Since you're working with Python, I'm sure you're aware of something called as IPython, right? Interactive Python. Now, with respect to interactive Python, it will give you a console, which again can help you a lot. If you worked in Python programming language, you will know that IPython is absolutely fantastic, and the way you work with Python, the way everything, right from how easy the language is to learn, all the way to how it gives you, how it makes you understand errors, right? It's not complicated. It's not convoluted like other programming languages wherein you were writing a piece of code, there was an error at hand, and you don't know what the error is because it's so complex to read. Not really. With respect to Python, the error is put out in a very nice way so that you understand where the error is. 99% of the time you can also guess what the error is, and there are IDEs in today's world which will basically also fix it automatically for you, right? That is how much we've progressed in the world of IDE. Now, coming to the another important component of Spyder, which is basically variable explorer, you have to understand that whenever you're working with a large amount of code, you might have more than one variable, of course, right? You can have hundreds of variables. Now, I myself have worked on programs wherein you have 300, 400 individual variables that you have to know what it is doing. You have to track it. You have to make sure you're not overwriting on something else, right? Now, all of this will happen if you have a structured way to code. We already understood that with an IDE, you can do all of that. So why do we even require a variable explorer? Well, a variable explorer will tell you a lot of information right from the inception, right from the creation of the variable until how you're using it, what values you've stored in that, what is the address of that particular variable, when was the memory allocated, when is the memory deallocated, what is the amount of memory that variable took. You can go into the depths of those variables. Of course, in all the cases, there's a very good chance you might not be doing that, but there are some cases where you require this kind of an in-depth in-depth look to figure out what is your variable doing. Maybe you just misassigned it, you're not able to find it out in the code. As soon as you open up the variable explorer, you will figure out that, hey, this was pretty straightforward, and you look at the variables and you'll be like, okay, so this value isn't supposed to be here, so let me just run through that variable, find it in the code and fix it, right? So all the attempts that an IDE is doing, which is eventually bringing you closer to again having a very structured way and a very efficient way to make use of your time, and for you guys to be as creative as you can with your code, right? So we said that Spyder is mostly for scientific usage. We said that Spyder is very popular for data science and data analytics. Now, whenever you're talking about these domains of data science and data analytics, you might have definitely seen, right? So whenever a data scientist or data analyst is trying to explain a solution, they will not show you a spreadsheet full of like 100,000 entries and tell you this is what is happening here. No, it's super complex. What they do is they convert all of that into beautiful looking visualizations, reports, plots, dashboards, and eventually using that they'll say, hey, this is where the problem was, this is how we have solved it, and maybe this is the insight, this is the forecast, something like that, right? So having ready access so that you can go on to work with it is a huge advantage. With the help of Spyder, you are actually getting access to multiple types of plots. And again, plotting for a data scientist and plots for a data analyst is super, super important, right? Not just that, and not just data analysis or data science, having a debugger which works really well is also key. As I told you, right? If you're trying to debug without the help of a debugger, what is it that you're doing? You have 100 lines of code, you run the code, there is an error, you go there, you fix the error, somehow you fix one error and it led to another maybe 20 errors, right? So you don't know why your program is behaving the way it does. In those cases, you just select those 10 lines of code, select those 20 lines of code which have an error, right? And you just say, hey, here's a start point, here's an end point, just execute it line by line and tell me what the program is doing for every line you execute. Having this kind of flexibility will help you fix errors at a lightning pace. Now, you might be a person who says, hey, executing it line by line, understanding it is a pain, right? It's going to take a lot of time. How is it more efficient? Not really. Once you actually start doing it, you will realize that having a debugger is probably the best advantage that an IDE can provide to you, right? And it's not just about debugging, it's not just about fixing bugs and ensuring you have an efficient way to work with. Sometimes it so happens when you're actually using a new function, when you're using a new method or something, you might not know all the parameters that the function uses. Or in fact, even if you know the parameters, there's a slight confusion in the name of it, right? Syntaxes of programming language, you already know. You cannot change one thing around and expect it to work. It has to be perfect, right? So when you're expecting that level of, when a programming language is expecting that level of perfection, and when you want to say, hey, I want to be perfect with my code, sometimes you're going to require help, right? No one is saying, hey, close all your textbooks. No one's saying, hey, close everything and just start writing code. No, whenever you're coding, whenever you're trying to solve a problem, you can have access to a lot of things. Guess what? In the case of an IDE, you will have access to certain documents called as helper documents. These documents, at the end of the day, while you're in fact using the IDE itself, you'll realize it'll give you a guide about how to use the IDE. It will talk to you about what each of the elements does. And at the end of the day, if you're writing something writing a piece of code in Python, which you think you require more clarity about, it is right there to help you and to tell you more about what is going on with that particular component, right? So when the talk is about components of Spyder, there are a lot of components which will add nothing but efficiency to your arsenal in programming. Now, after components is done, we're going to have to spend some time to understand the various features that are out there for Spyder, right? Now, as I told you, debugging can be done in multiple ways. You can run everything at once and manually sit and debug, or you can set something called as breakpoints, right? As I just told you, you can break your programs into short chunks of code. Just execute those, right? If there's an issue between line number 3 and 10, just make a mark at line number 3, make a mark at line number 10, just execute those. It is possible, especially in a language such as Python, which is an interpreted language. Eventually it'll run it and execute it one by one, right? So all you're trying to do is execute that piece of code, and if there are no dependencies, it will work fine. And the way that you get to work with these debugging styling, right? You can customize how you debug, what you're going to debug, and you can eventually set automatic debugging as well. Now, one important thing you have to understand is that it's not just about debugging. The way you structure your piece of code, let's just say you're solving a data science problem. The starting thing that you would do is basically import all the libraries. The next thing you would do is import the data set, take a look at the data set, pre-process the data set, perform some data analysis, push it to a machine learning algorithm, and so on. Correct? You see that each of those can actually be broken down into sub-cell level, right? You don't just need to have a 100-line code that does all of that. You can break it down into 5 lines, 6 lines, which each of those lines has a purpose, right? You can break it down into cells. You can break it down based on functions. You can break it down into blocks of code, which again, maybe you want to reuse later as well, right? If it's something iterative, if it's something recursive, you know that piece of block can be used multiple times. So why not have a feature of how you can do that in a simple way too, right? And one more thing, even though Python is a programming language which does not offer any sort of complicated syntax, or which does not expect you to have semicolons everywhere, in a couple of statements you are going to be required to use a colon, right? For example, the while statement or the if statement. One important thing about Spyder is that if you miss these, it'll not say, hey, error, you missed it, fix it, or I won't execute. No, it'll automatically add one for you, right? Now, again, as I told you, right, when you're writing a lot of code, there's a very good chance you are going to miss it, right? As an experienced programmer myself, I have found myself in a situation where the entire program is correct, but a semicolon but a colon or something like that is missing. Something which is very minor, which will not let the program work, and it'll result in an error, right? But if your IDE could help you fix that, even with you or without you even knowing, it works, right? It's not doing anything that would harm the program. It is just doing something to support the program. That works very well. And while you're typing in the code itself, while you're actually writing the code, it can explain to you how things work. Now, this, in my opinion, has to be something which is very important, right? Now, after you've written a piece of code, you can copy it, go to Google, see what's being done in Google, understand it, come back to Spyder, work with it. Isn't that a hassle? Well, not anymore, because as soon as you start writing a piece of code, it can explain what the code is doing in real time. While you type it, it can tell you what that piece of code will do, and you can not just understand what it is about to do, you can also find out things such as where its dependencies lie, how is it affecting the result, what is it contributing to the final solution, and eventually have access to all the functions, the method details, the parameters, and everything at once in a very easy to understand, structured, and convenient manner. So don't you think this is a huge win for you as a programmer? So if you think that, hey, these are so many features, am I going to use all of those? Well, yes, I'm sure you're going to use most of these, and in fact, there's more features, right? So, see, one thing you have to understand about working with a programming language is, again, even though you have the most beautiful interface to work with, if all of your code does not have some sort of coloring, it does not have some sort of highlighting, it becomes very difficult for you to understand what that piece of code can do while you're skimming through, while you're running through. So what Spyder does is it will give you an ability to actually customize the Python syntax highlighting. So it can highlight some things in the colors that you want. Maybe I love having all of my functions in blue color. Maybe you want it in red, right? So that way, as soon as you look at it, you know what that is, even without having to spend a second of your thought figuring it out, right? So that kind of a convenience is also there. Eventually, you will have the ability, it doesn't have to say I have a 100 line piece of code, I have to execute all 100. Not really. If you have a 100 line program, if you want to just execute 10, do it. If you want to execute 1, do it, right? So that ability is super important. And we spoke about the variable explorer as well, right? So think about it. After you're working with a variable, when you're done using it and you know you'll not use it again, automatic memory allocation and deallocation is still there, but IDE will give you that extra headroom to make sure that, you know, it cleans up all the variables, all the space that the variable is used. Of course, all these sample programs, the tiny programs you might write might take minute amount of spaces, but when you're writing a huge program, it can bog down your computer, right? It might be using a lot of space, even though you have nothing to do with that variable anymore. So that automatic cleanup, the processing, it's called garbage collection, right? So all of those works fine. And if you worked with Python previously, IPython has some magic commands. When we say magic commands, it's basically commands which will help you out to a very good extent, right? So having access to these commands in Python and IDE is fantastic, and Spyder does it really well. Right guys, so with this we have to understand how we can go on to install Spyder. Now, installing Spyder, as you might think, right, it can, I've heard people saying, hey, installing an IDE is such a hassle, I would rather write it in a code, I would rather write it in a text editor and do everything else. Well, that is more complicated, I'll tell you, because installing Spyder is not really difficult. I'm sure you might have heard of this package called as Anaconda. Anaconda is, again, a super popular package for Python, which at the end of the day that you can use. And as soon as you start setting up and installing Anaconda, and as soon as you start working with it, it will give you everything that you require to work with Python, right? So it's a very simple step to install Spyder. All you have to do is install the latest version of Anaconda. There's a very nice step-by-step guided installation procedure, and as soon as that is done, you just verify if it installed fine, and you can begin with that, right? So in fact, let's go on to install let's go on to install the Spyder IDE right now, and I'm going to be doing it through Anaconda. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type Anaconda. Let me just do this, right? So Anaconda Python. Now, the first link that I get, the individual edition, right? Of course, there's many paid versions of Anaconda as well. Having a distribution and especially having, let's just say a free version is going to help you guys a lot. You have the individual edition for that. Just click on download. It's somewhere around 400 or 500 MB. I think it's 477 MB, right? So while that is downloading, take a look at it, right? Basically, Anaconda in a commercial environment, if you're using it for a commercial environment, you have to buy it. But if you're working on it for yourself, if you're working on it as an individual, you definitely can use the free version. There's 25 million users who use it, and it's not just Python that Anaconda supports, it also supports programming languages such as R, which again is super popular in the world of data science and data analysis and all of that, right? You can find out a lot of things about how you can work with Anaconda, but again, it's very simple, it's very straightforward. You can see that there's a lot of access for you to work with, and here as well, look at this, right? Spyder, this is what we are after, and it's not like we're just trying to install Spyder, it's giving us everything else as well, right? So it downloaded. Let me quickly head to my desktop right now, and let's get started with it, right? So as you can see here, it says welcome to Anaconda 3. All you have to do is hit on next, hit I agree, and of course here it is basically asking you who do you want to install it on, if it is just you, or if you require it to be for everyone else. If it's for all users, it's going to ask you for a quick admin access. As soon as that is done, it's very simple, hit next. You don't have to change anything at this moment. If you want to add Anaconda to your path variable later, it's also possible. So it's a very simple process of hitting next, and literally waiting for it to install. Now guys, I know that you guys will be super excited to work with Anaconda, but you have to understand the setup is going to take at least 5 minutes, right? It definitely, if you're installing Anaconda for the first time ever, it's going to take a lot of time, right? 5 to 10 minutes is minimum. So just wait it out, even though it seems like it's frozen, even though it might seem like it's not really doing anything, it will work. You just have to give it 5 minutes, right? And as you can see on the screen itself, the advantage about Anaconda is that it will work really well regardless of the operating system you guys are using it on. Some of you might be using Windows, some of you might be using Mac OS, some of you might be using Linux as well, right? So Anaconda is a distribution that works in all these works on all of these operating systems. So whatever it is you're using, the installation might vary a little for Mac OS. Of course, it's slightly different for Windows and Linux, but yes, you have the ability to use it. You can eventually start working with Spyder in the most easiest manner, right? So now guys, it's going to take about 5 minutes. Let's wait it out. As soon as the installation is done, I'll show you how you can verify the installation and how we can get started with Spyder. Alright guys, as you can take a look at it, this took a solid 5 to 10 minutes to install, and it's pretty simple, right? As I told you, even though it might feel like it's actually hung, it wouldn't have. So make sure that you guys are taking care, and eventually you can all these tutorials and all of that, it's very simple. I'm just gonna untick them, hit finish, right? Now let's actually head to the desktop. Right, now we are at the desktop, right? So now to check if Spyder is installed or not, it is very simple, ladies and gentlemen. Literally just type Spyder. In fact, just type Anaconda first. Since we installed Anaconda, let's just make sure that all the dependencies that Anaconda brings with it is installed fine, right? So as soon as you click on Anaconda, you can see it's going to start running. It's going to initialize everything that it's required. It's going to open the Anaconda, the Explorer. It's going to give you like a complete toolkit that you can there's a lot of things that you can do with it, but for our case we're just looking forward for Spyder, right? So again, let's give it a second, and it does all of this for the first time. The second time onwards, eventually it will load a lot faster, right? Yeah, again, that just took 20 seconds, and you can see, right, we are at the navigator here, and the navigator will give you access to so many different things. Now, what are we after? We are after Spyder here, right? You can see Spyder and it's already installed. Now, if something is not installed, you will see it as an install button. For example, Pycharm is not installed. Even though they'll give you the access to it with respect to Anaconda Navigator, it's not installed by default. So it says install here. But you can see that with respect to Spyder, let me just scroll it a little bit up. Yeah. So with respect to Spyder, you can see it's already installed. It just says launch. So all I have to do is hit launch, or another easy way for you guys to launch Spyder is just click on start button, click on Spyder, right? Just click on Spyder and you're done. Either way, it is going to open. So let's just give it a second. So guys, as you can see, Spyder is opening, right? So when you see this loading screen, it means that Spyder is initializing. Again, there are a lot of things that you are going to have to do for the first time. Again, you can see that there is an option which says, hey, there's a Spyder new version available, in fact. So there's a part where you're going to get an entire tour of how the user interface is. Now I'm just going to hit dismiss. You guys can definitely go on to take the tour there. And as you can see, guys, it's a very simple environment. On the right side bottom, you guys have the console. On the top left, you guys have the Python code here. Right now, to execute a piece of code, it's very simple. All you have to do is type in the piece of code, and as I told you, right, while you type, it's going to give you all of these options that you can use for the function. Right, it's very simple. In fact, let me just zoom in on the code. Hang on. Yeah, so this should be visible, right? So while typing it itself, you're going to see that it's giving you so many options. Now I'm just going to type my name is Anirudh Rao. And what do you do to run? All you have to do is, it's pretty simple. Run a file and it'll ask you where you want to execute it, right? Since this is a temporary Python code that we are trying to execute, you want to execute it in the current console. You want to have a separate console, external command. So look at this. It'll give you like a lot of options for you to actually go on to run. Now, as you can see, I just hit run, and eventually at the bottom right, you can see the console here, right? And it just printed out something that says my name is Anirudh Rao. Now, I can understand that it can be a little small for you guys to take a look at, but yes, it works pretty well, right? Now, if I just say a equal to 10 without any context, and if I actually go on to print, on the top right, you have something called as the variable explorer that I told you about, right? When I say a equal to 10, it automatically understands the name of it as a, it understands the type is integer, it also understands the size is 1, right? So eventually you'll find out the value that is put into it. Now if I just type b equal to, let's just say Anirudh again, let me just execute this, and now you will see that b is not an integer, it's a string, the size of the string, and eventually what the string consists. So if you guys required some clarity about what the variable explorer does, having this kind of a flexibility is absolutely fantastic, right? So guys, running through the menu, it is pretty simple. The file tab is going to be very straightforward. New file, open a file, any recent files that you might have to open, or if you've written a piece of code, you can just quickly hit Control Z as usual and it will clear it out. If you have to work with different files, if you have to close one particular project, right? Now temp.py, as you can see, is one file. If I close this, I still have a lot of files that I can work with, right? So you can work around with all of that. In the edit menu, you can work about how you can go on to comment a piece of code, or how you can go on to uncomment a piece of code. For example, if I type print demo here, and let me zoom in a little so you guys can see this, I'm going to select it, and I can actually hit Control 1, and Control 1 is basically the shortcut for demo, for basically commenting it, right? You can see the shortcut right here. When I go to edit, it says comment and uncomment. Now if you can add a block comment, remove a block comment. Block comment is basically something like multi-line comments, right? Let me hit control 1 again, and it removed that. So edit is pretty straightforward. You can go on to work with toggle uppercase, lowercase, indentation, shift tab will unindented, and all of that. In the search, you can find out all the files you're working with. In the source, you can just say, hey, do you want to show blank spaces? Do you want to show the docstring warnings? What do you want to show? Where's your cursor at, right? So literally everything that you really have to know about it. You can find out code analysis. Code analysis will basically export a text file for you. Running it is very simple. You can create individual cells that you guys have to work with. Basically, when you're starting out, you're going to be writing code in one part, and eventually, like a Jupyter notebook, you can break things down into cells. You can run one particular cells and just move to the next one as well. Or if you want to run everything, you can do it. If I just say that there's 10 lines of code, and if I just have to execute this one line, I'm going to select that and say, hey, run selected or run the current line of code. A shortcut is F9 that you would popularly use, but yes, right? So you can set the configuration per file as well. You remember this was shown the first time, and you can just select it for every file, for every type of file that you execute, and all of that. And debug menu is where you would just select it. Setting a breakpoint and clearing a breakpoint is where you would start working with that particular point. To stop the execution, stop the debugging basically, or step. Whenever you say step, all you're trying to do is, now if let's just say let me copy the same line of code probably 10 times, right? So I'm just going to copy it a couple of times. Now if I have to say, hey, I just want to execute all of these, I can do it. If I just want to execute this one, I can still do it. Now while debugging, if I have a breakpoint from here to here, and if I say step, or if I just move the mouse next to it, you see that red color highlighting, it means that I've selected a breakpoint there, a track point there, right? So when I say step, it basically executes this, waits for me, and as soon as I click enter, it executes the next one, right? Similarly, for every single breakpoint, you can select all of these, and it is very convenient. Sometimes you can you can be working with something, you might have a kernel error, so you can remove like all the variables, right? So when I hit remove all the variables, you can see that everything is removed. I told you it can automatically do this as well. With respect to projects, again, you can have any sort of modularity that you guys require, be it in terms of how you're going to create a new project, open an existing one, and all of that, right? So tools and preferences is where you guys might be spending a decent amount of time at the start, because it gives you a lot of options, right? From how you can work with the interface, what is it that you want to see, what is it that you don't want to see, right from appearance. As in, look at this, in the right it says interface theme, light theme, dark theme, icon theme. You can change all of that. Syntax highlighting also here you can see that the name of the class is in blue color, or all the reserved keywords are in orange. Maybe you just want to change it to something else. You can change all of that here. As I told you, right, a lot of customization options based on each one of us has our own preference. So whatever your preference is, just run through the highlighting theme, check it out. You can set your own shortcuts. You can use the same interpreter as that's installed with Spyder, or if you want to use a separate interpreter that maybe a different Python version, you can use that as well. All of these options is basically giving you a simple way of how you can navigate through, have this kind of a flexibility. Now if you were just writing Python code, this is all that you would see, and you would in fact see one console, and you just have to keep writing on the console itself, or you have to execute a file, and eventually it will just reduce all of your options down to an absolute bare minimum. But with a console such as this, you realize that, right, all I had to do was install Anaconda, and as soon as I installed Anaconda, I just opened up Spyder, and I'm ready to start writing any piece of code. I'm ready to get more help if it's required as well. You can just click on any object, press Ctrl I, and it will give you a lot of details on it. Even if you just hover your mouse over it, right, if you just put your mouse over it while typing it, it's going to give you a lot of details. You can take a look at the plots, the various files that you're going to work with. So ladies and gentlemen, it's actually a very simple, it's actually a very straightforward console to work with, an IDE to work with. And my suggestion to you guys is, whenever you guys are beginning, or whenever you guys are working with Spyder IDE and whenever you guys are looking forward to configuring it, right? Now I cannot say, hey, do this, do this, do this, because your configuration, your preferences might be very different from mine. I just quickly walked you through all of the things that you can actually do. And with this, I hope it should be very simple and at the end of the day, very straightforward to work with it. But you have to know why it is that you have to prefer Spyder, as I've already discussed, and you have to know the advantages of using an IDE, not just with Python, any programming language out there, but this kind of a convenience, especially for a beginner, is very, very important, right? You don't have to mess around with something, deal with a lot of errors, or have trouble installing. Just go to Anaconda's site, download Anaconda, install it, 3 clicks of your mouse button. You are done with everything you need to actually start writing the code, right? With that, I don't think it can get any more convenient, right?
Now, moving to the agenda, first we will see Python IDE. As I told you that IDE stands for Integrated Development and Learning Environment. Moving next, we'll see the features of Python IDE such as syntax highlighting, smart indentation, and many more. Next, moving ahead, we'll see the installation of Python IDE. Then we will see how we can work with Python files such as creating a file, editing it, and executing it. Then we'll see the improving workflow. So basically, workflow can be improved through smart indentation, code completion, as well as along with the call tips. Moving forward, we'll see the debugging in IDE and then customization of Python IDE. So customization can be done on fonts, keys, and highlights. After that, at last, we'll see some basic programs in Python IDE. So now let's start with Python IDE. So as we know that Python IDE stands for Integrated Development and Learning Environment, and IDE is used to write, modify, and execute the code more efficiently. And also Python IDE comes by default while installing Python. So now let's see the features of the Python IDE. So Python IDE is a multi-window text editor. Along with that, it is having a syntax highlighting feature, right? And it works mostly the same for cross-platform such as Windows, Linux, and macOS. Now, the next feature that we are having is the smart indentation. So what is indentation? So indentation refers to the spaces at the beginning of the code line. So basically, Python uses indentation to indicate the block of code. So we will understand in a better way when I will show you the example of indentation. The next feature that we are having is the auto completion feature in Python IDE. Right? So these are the basic features in Python IDE. So next, we are having integrated development environment, which is known as IDE. So now you might have a question, what is the difference between IDE and IDE? As I told you earlier, basically Python IDE is an IDE for Python, right? So now you might have a question, then what is IDE? So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment, and it's a text editor, right, which contains function. Now you might have a question, then what's the example of IDE? So let's take an example for Java. For Java, we are using NetBeans. Similarly, for Python, we can use IDE as Python IDE, right? So IDE is used to write, compile, and debug code. Now, coming to IDE, as I told you that Python IDE is the IDE for Python, and it is specifically designed for Python itself. So this is the basic idea about IDE, that is Integrated Development Environment. So now let's see the installation of Python IDE. So for installation of Python IDE, I will go on Google Chrome and then I will write simple there, Python IDE. So let me write it. So this is my Google Chrome. I will just write simple here, Python IDE. So I will write here Python IDE. So on clicking on this, you can see that the first website that I'm getting here, www.python.org. And here I can see that download Python is written there. So let me click on this download Python. And then if you see here, you can see that it's showing download the latest version for Windows. So we are having the latest version as 3.10.0, right? And even though if you want to download it for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and then you can just click on this and download it. So what I will do, I will click on this download Python 3.10.0. So you can see that Python has been downloaded. Now I will click on this. So on clicking on this, you can see that it's telling me to install now. So what I will do here, I'll just click on this option, add Python 3.10 to path, and then I will just click on this install now. So let it install. So here you can see that I'm getting the option as setup was successful. So I will close it. So after this, how to open your Python IDE? So I will just go on your search and then I will write here IDE and then I will click on this. So now you can see that my Python IDE shell has been opened. Now you might have a question, then what is Python IDE shell? We will discuss it in the next part. So this is the basic idea about how to install Python IDE. So now let's see what is Python IDE shell. So basically Python IDE shell is an interactive interpreter and it will be open by default when you are clicking on Python IDE, right? So you will see while opening Python IDE, it will automatically open by default. Now, if you want to restart shell, then what will happen in this case? Shell will forget about all the previous statement. So now, what is interrupt execution in shell? So let's suppose if you are creating a while loop and we know that while loop is an infinite loop. So let's suppose that this loop is not ending and if I want to stop the execution, so I will just click on this interrupt execution so that my execution will stop. Now, as I told you that Python IDE shell comes by default while installing Python. So now after getting the basic idea, now let's open the Python IDE shell. So if I want to open the Python IDE shell, so what I will do, I'll just go and then inside the search, I will just write here IDE. And here you can see that I'm getting IDE Python 3.10. So as soon as you will click on this IDE, your Python shell will automatically open. So as soon as I'm clicking on this, you can see that my IDE shell has been opened. Now, this is the shell. So let's suppose if I'm writing here x is equal to, let's suppose 1000. And if I want to print out this x, then I will write here print x. So you know that 1000 will be executed here. So we know that inside this x variable, I have assigned the integer value 1000. So as soon as I will hit enter, you will see that 1000 I am getting in my output. So now the question is that if I am clicking on this shell option and if I am clicking on this restart shell, so what will happen now if I am printing it, let's suppose print x. And now if I'm executing it, you will see that you will get error because shell will forget about all the previous statement when you will click on this restart shell. So you can see that I'm getting an error. Now, so let's take one more example. Let's say if I'm creating here a is equal to 1000. Now what I will do, I will give a condition. So I will write here, let's suppose while loop, while a is greater than 0. And then I will write here colon. So now, so here you can see that we are doing indentation, right? So as I told you that indentation is nothing but it refers to the space at the beginning of the code line. So this is basically indentation. So here I will write print great learning. So we know that it's an infinite loop, right? Because a value is 1000 and 1000 is obviously greater than 0. So if I'm executing it, let me press enter. I have to press enter one more time and you can see that I'm getting the output great learning. Now I want to stop this execution. So I will just go on this cell and then I will just click on this interrupt execution. So you can see that my execution has been stopped. So this is the basic idea about shell. Now, after this, let's understand more about this Python shell. So the problem is with Python shell is that you can't go back. So let's understand more about the Python shell. So the problem is with Python shell is that let's suppose that you've written a code, right? And you've done a mistake in that particular code. And if you want to go back and edit that particular code, then you can't do it in a Python shell. So that's the biggest drawback. So basically you can't modify or edit the code. So let's take an example. So let me click on this shell. First, let me restart this shell. So here what I will do, I'll just write here x is equal to 5. And then I will write here print. And I will write here, let's suppose x. And then I will write here x plus great learning. So as I know that x is my integer variable and great learning is a string variable, so I can't concatenate it, right? So if I am executing it, I will get error. So let me enter this. You can see that I am getting an error. So if you see here, I can't go back and then I can edit it. or I can't modify it. So it's basically a drawback in Python shell. So it's not suitable for multi-line code. So now you might have a question, then if I want to write a multi-line code and if I want to edit it or modify it, then how can I do it? Then you have to go on this file and then just click on this new file option. So this is nothing but a file editor of Python IDE. We will discuss it on going ahead. So let's start with working with Python files. So as we know that Python ideally provides full developed file editor where the user can write it, user can modify or edit it, and as well as execute it. But the user was unable to edit in Python shell. So we will be using file editor here. So now file editor also provides the features like automatic indentation. So let's suppose if you are creating a for loop and then you are writing colon there, and if you are pressing enter, so automatically the indentation will be done. And along with that, it also provides the feature of code compression. Now, how to open a file in Python ideally? Go on select file, click on new file, and then the file will be open. So after opening the file, let's suppose that if your file is open and if you want to modify or edit it, then you can do it. Now, here you can see that in editing a file, it is written that ln. So here, ln shows the line number where your cursor is on. Now coming to the col, it shows the column number where your cursor is on. Next, now after understanding how to open a file and edit a file, now how will we execute a file? So basically there is a run module in which you can click it and then you can execute it. Now this is the basic idea about working with Python files. Now let's see it in Python IDE. So you can see that this is my Python IDE shell. So for Python file editor, I will click on this file and then on new file. Now what I will do, as soon as I have created on my new file, I open a file. Now let me write some code. A is equal to, let's suppose 100, and then I will write here print A. Right now, if you want to save this file isn't saved yet. Why? Because here you are getting a asterisk symbol. So as soon as you will save your file, the asterisk symbol will be removed from there. So let me save my file. So how will I save it? I will just click on this file and then I will click here save as, and then let me save it on desktop. I will write basic program, basic program.py. Right? So I will click on this save and then it will be saved. Let's suppose if you are not saving this file and if you are directly executing it, so it will not be executed directly. It will first tell you to save the file. So if I'm clicking on this run and then if I'm clicking on this run module, it will ask save before run or check. Then I will click on OK. So once again the same thing is coming, right? So you can directly go on then file, you can go on the save as option and then you can save it. So I will just click on this desktop and here I will write here basic program. And do not forget the file name to write .py. That will show it's your Python file. So let me save it. Now if I'm executing, then you can see that I'm getting the output as 100. Right? Now, so in Python shell, you have seen that we were unable to edit the line of code, but here we can do it. I will just click on here and instead of 100, I want to write here great learning. And you can see that I can edit it or modify it. So I have written here A is equal to great learning and I have to save it. And as I already told you that if your program is not saved, then it will show you the asterisk, right? So I have already edited the program. So once again, I have to save it. So I can directly press Ctrl and S so that it will save. So if I'm pressing here Ctrl S, you can see that this asterisk has been removed. So I will click on this run and then I will click on this run module. You can see that I'm getting great learning. So in this way, you can edit your lines of code. Let me write here B. And if I'm writing here, great learning is an edtech. And if I'm writing here print A plus B, you can see that once again, I have done the editing, or you can say that I have modified this code. So let me save it. So here I can see this is the asterisk symbol is there. So if I'm pressing Ctrl S, it has been removed. Let me run. So on run, you can see that great learning is an edtech. So this is the basic idea about creating a file, editing a file, and executing a file. So now let's see how we can improve the workflow. So the workflow is improved by automatic indentation. So as I already told you the definition of indentation, so it refers to the space at the beginning of the code line. And here you can see the definition also. So code will be automatically indent when it is required to begin a new block. So when will code indentation will happen? When you are hitting a enter key after colon. So it will give a certain space in the next line, right? I've already showed you. I will once again show you to get it more clarity. Now, coming to the next feature that we are having is code completion. So what happens here? So let's suppose that you have to write a lot of code and you are writing a lot of code through typing. So through code completion, you can save your time for typing, right? So what will happen here? Code completion can auto complete the name for function and classes. So you can save the time. Now coming to the call tips. So in call tips, it will basically give you the hint and the hint will appear on your screen. So now let's see it in Python IDE. So now let's see first the automatic indentation. So let's suppose if I'm writing here a is equal to 5 and I will give a condition while a is greater than 0 and then I'm writing here colon, and now if I'm pressing enter, then you can see that indentation has been done here. Now let me print here great learning. Now let me change this condition or else it will give me the infinite loop. So I will just write here a less than 5 and let me save it. So here you can see that I'm still getting asterisk, right? So if I'm pressing Control S, so this program has been saved. Now I was telling about you the line number and column number also. So if you see that my cursor is at line 2, so I'm getting line 2 here, right? So if my cursor is at line 3, so you can see that I'm getting here 3. Similarly, you can see here the column number also as 27. Now, so after this, let me write here x is equal to Gaurav and then y is equal to Edwin. If I'm writing here print and I'm writing here parenthesis, and if so here you can see that I will go on edit option and here I'm having so call tip. So here you can see that this is the dialog box and it's suggesting what parameter you can use. So I'll just write here print x plus y. So basically this is the feature of Python IDE. Now if I'm writing here print x plus y and let me save it, and if I'm running it, run module is showing Gaurav admin. So this is the basic idea about improving workflow in Python IDE. Okay, so now let's see debugging in IDE. So before understanding what is debugging, let's understand what is bug. So bug is nothing but it's an error which is found by giving instruction to program. So basically you can see that it's an unexpected error, right? So now what is debugging? So debugging is a process which detects and remove the bugs from the program. And what is bug? Bug is nothing but it's an unexpected error that is found in the program. Now, so what are the ways to do debugging in IDE? We are having interpreted debug mode. So what will happen here? Basically, this is a feature that is required to turn on by the user itself. So I will go on the Python IDE shell and then I will click on the debug, and inside that I will click on the debugger, right? So what will happen here? My debug mode will be on. We will see it in Python IDE. So now coming to the breakpoints, breakpoint is basically a identification of a line of a code where the interpreter pauses while the code runs, right? So now coming to the error and exceptions. So whenever an error is reported to the user in the interpreter, ideally display the file which is causing problem, right? So basically this is the basic idea about debugging where we are finding the error which is causing the problem. Now let's see it in Python IDE. So you can see that this is my Python IDE shell. I will go on this debug option and then I will click on this debugger. Now here you can see that my debug is on, right? Now what I will do here, I'll just write here print and then I will write here Gaurav and let me execute it. Now, so on execution, you can see that my debugger window has opened, right? So basically in this window, you can inspect the values of global and local variable as your code runs. So what happens here, it will give you the insight how your data is being manipulated as your code runs. So this is the basic idea about the debugging in Python IDE. Now let's see the customization of Python IDE. So for the customization in Python IDE, what I will do, I will go on option menu, I will select on the option, and then I will click on configure IDE. So the customization can be done in fonts, highlight, keys, windows, and extensions. Now coming to the font/tabs, it is used to change the size, color, and the font style also. Now what about highlight? So as I told you that Python ideally is having a future of syntax highlighting also, right? So it is used to highlight the syntax of the language. Now, what are keys then? So basically Python ideally provides a keyboard shortcut, right? Which automatically comes from an ideally, and along with that even you can generate your own keyboard shortcut. Now coming to the windows, so basically you can do the customization here for small changes. Now coming to the last point, extension. So extension is used to provide the new features. So this is the basic idea. So now let's see this customization in Python ideally. So you can see this is my menu bar. I will click on this option menu. I will click on this button configure ideally, and here you can see that I'm getting the options like fonts, tabs, highlights, keys, windows, shell, and then extensions. So let's suppose if I want to change my size, so let me write here, let's suppose 14, and let me change here the font style to, I will just write here Candera, and let me apply here. Okay, so I will just write here Gaurav and I will put it inside print. So let me increase the size of this. So I will just go on options and then configure ideally, and once again I will just click on 29 and I will just click on this OK. So you can see that the size has been increased. Now moving further, so now coming to the highlights, you can choose colors according to your own preferences. So now next we are having keys. So as I told you about keys, that you can create your own key shortcuts, or as well as the Python ideally will also provide you the key shortcuts. Next we are having windows in which you can do the small minor changes, and then we are having extensions also which are used to provide us new features. So now coming to the menus, we are having different types of menus that are present in menu bar. We are having file menu. So in file menu we understand how to create a file and then edit file, and after that we have seen the execution also. Then we are having the edit menu, format menu, run menu, debug menu. Now coming to the option menu, just now we have seen that on clicking on this option menu, we are having an option of configure ideally, in which we can do the customization of fonts, highlights, keys, right? And then we are having Windows menu and help menu. Now let's see some menus in Python ideally. So here you can see that this is my menu bar. So let me click on this format menu. I'll click on this, let's suppose comment out region. So now you can see that this code has been commented down. Now if I will execute this code, so I will not get anything in output, because we know that when we comment down any code, then there will be no execution of it. So let me run this. Before running, let me save it. So I will just press Ctrl S, and if I'm running it, I'm clicking on this run module. So you can see that I'm getting nothing in my output. So let me select this statement. So I'll just select it, and then I will go on this format, and then I will just click on uncomment region. Now you can see that it's uncommented. Now if I'm running it, let me save it. So as soon as I saved it, let me execute it. So as we know that this is a string, so let me put it down into a quotes. So I will just use double quotes and let me save it. And now if I'm executing it, then you can see that I'm getting my output as Gaurav. Now let's see what we are having more in format menu. So we are having also indent also, right? So what if I do, if I'm writing simple, let's suppose if a is greater than 0, and then I'm pressing enter. So I know that Python ideally provides the automatic indentation, but I will not do indentation here. I will just write here print a, and let me write here a is equal to 2, and here a is greater than 0, right? So let me run this. So on running, let me save it. You can see that expected an indent block, right? We know that we have to indent this statement. So for that, what I will do, I'll just select this and I will go on this format and then I will click on this indent. Now if I'm executing it, let me save it and run it. You can see that I'm getting S2. So now if you want to dedent it, then you can click on this dedent region. So let me select it and then I will just click on dedent region, right? So basically this is the basic idea about the menus. So now let's see some basic programs in Python IDE. So let's start with prime number. So what is prime number? Prime number is a number which is divisible by 1 and the number itself. So now let's take an example. So I'm taking example of 7. So if you want to know whether this 7 is a prime number or not, then the condition is simple. It should be divisible by 1 and 7 only. So is 7 is divisible by 2? No. 3, 4, 5, 6. You can clearly see that 7 is not divisible by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only divisible by 1 and 7. So this is a prime number. Now what is the logic? So the logic will be simple for prime number. I will just create a for loop for I in range. And I will start with 2. And then I will write here x. So let's suppose my x is equal to 7 here, right? So it will go from 2 to 7. So if I want to check whether 7 is a prime number or not, so I will start it from 2, then I will go 3, then I will go 4, then I will go 5, up to 6 I will go, right? So I will check in between the numbers. So that is the number will start from 2 and then it will go to the number minus 1, right? Let's take one more example. So if I'm taking the example of 13, then I will check it is divisible by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Similarly, up to 12 I will go, right? 9, 10 and 11, 12. So you can see that clearly that 13 is not divisible by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and so on up to 12, right? So this is a prime number. So what's the logic? So I have just created this loop, for loop, and is the basic logic is x is equal to, let's suppose here 13. So what will happen here? It will check the number. My x is 13 here, and then it will check 13 modulus 2. It is divisible? No, it's not divisible. Then once again it will check 13 modulus 3. Am I getting 0? No. Then it will check for the value I is equal to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and up to 12 it will go, right? Because if x is equal to 13, so we know that 13 will be excluded. It will go up to 12. So this is the basic logic. So now here you can see that I have written here break. Why I have written here break? Because let's suppose that in between the numbers from 2 to 13, if it is divisible, then why need to I check whether the number is prime or not? If it's divisible, then it's clearly understandable that it's not a prime number. So I've written that's why here break. And then else I've written print it's a prime number. So basically this is the basic idea about a prime number. So now let's see the prime number implementation in Python IDE. So let me create a variable x and here I will be taking an input. So I will write here int and then inside this I will write input, enter a number. So now I will give the number through user input. So that's why I've written this function. Now after this what I will do, I will just create a loop for I in range. Then I will write here 2 comma x and then I will write here simple. Now I will write the simple logic, that is x modulus of I is equal to 0. Now if this condition is satisfying, then it's not a prime number, right? So I'll just write here if, and once again I will write here colon, and then I will write here print it's not a prime number. So let me close this. And I will give another condition, but before that I will give a break. So let's suppose that if a number is divisible, any of the number in between, then it's not a prime number. So there is no point of printing values again and again. So I will just write here break. So if a number is divisible, then it's not a prime number, and then we will use break so that it will end this conditional statement. Now after that I will write here else, and then I will write here print it's a prime number. Simple logic. So now what I will do, I will execute it, but before executing, let me put else here and then print this here. Now I'm executing it. You can see that. Let me save it. It's asking enter a number, so I will just give 5, and you can see that I'm getting my output. It's a prime number. Let's take some another output. So let me run this module again. If I am giving here, let's suppose 13, then you can see again it's a prime number. If I'm giving here, let's suppose 4, you can see that it's not a prime number. So basically this was the logic of prime number. So now let's see some more programming. So the next program that we are having is pattern programming. So let's understand the logic for this pattern programming. Here you can see that I'm having a variable name number of rows is equal to 5, and here basically I'm using the concept of nested loop, right? So let me give you idea about this. So if you see here, I'm having number of rows is equal to 5. So 5 will come here, right? Instead of number of rows. So I will write here for I in range 5. And inside that you can see that I'm having a nested loop. So I will write here for j in range I. And then I'm having print I and then end. And then I'm having this. So let me explain you the concept. So for I in range 5, so basically what will happen here? I value will be from 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So first what will happen here? I will take the value as 0. So for 0 value, 0 will go here. For j in range 0, will it print anything? No, it will not print anything. So for I is equal to 1, now I will take a value of 1. So what will happen here? So when I is equal to 1, then j can take the value 0, right? So it will print the statement for the 0 value. So inside this you can see that I've written print I. So I value is here 1, right? So 1 it will be printed. Then you will see that I will be getting a gap here, right? I have used this for the gap. Now this will jump to me the next line. So basically once again I am coming to this I. So now I value will be here 2. So for I is equal to 2, it will go like this. For j in range 2. So now j will take the value as 0 and 1. So it will print the statement for 0 and 1. So for 0 it will print 2, and then I will getting a gap here, and once again for 1 it will print 2. Now and after that once again you can see that I will jump into the next line. Now I value will be taken as 3. So when I is equal to 3, then here it will go 3, right? So my j will be taking 3 values 0, 1 and 2. So for j equal to 0 it will print I. So I value is 3, it will print I, and then I will be getting a gap. Then once again for 1 it will print 3, and for 2 it will print 3. Similarly in this way it will take the value of 4. So my I value will be now 4, and for 4 it will take 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So for j equal to 0, first time it will print I value is 4. Similarly for I is equal to 1, it will print 4, 2 and 3. So this is the basic logic for this pattern programming, right? Now let me show you in the practical example. So now let me implement the pattern programming in Python IDE. So I'll just write here number of rows. Let's take the value as 7, and then I will write here for I in range, and inside that I will put number of rows. Instead of creating a variable number of rows and assigning 7 to it, you can directly write for I in range 7, but I have created a variable of number of rows and I have assigned it. You can do it as you like. So I will write here number of rows, and then I will write here for j in range I, and then I will write here print. Let me write here I, then I will write here end. And so now after this I will just write like this, and now let me run it. And now you can see that I'm getting a pattern like this, right? So basically this is the basic idea about pattern programming. So now let's see the program of factorial of an integer. So before seeing the coding implementation of factorial in Python, ideally, let's understand its logic. So what is factorial? So factorial is nothing but it's a multiplication of an integer and all integers below it. Let's take an example. Let's suppose if you're taking here 5 factorial, then 5 factorial will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So this will be a factorial of 5. Also factorial cannot be negative, right? Now you might have a question that what is the factorial of 0? So 0 factorial is equal to 1. Now after understanding what factorial is, now let's understand the logic of factorial. So as we know that factorial is a multiplication of number itself and all integers below it. So let me develop a logic. So what I will do here, I will first create my for loop. So let's suppose that if I want to calculate the factorial of 5, right? So I want that it is multiplied with 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So here what I will do here, I will write for I in range and then I will write here 1 comma x plus 1. So let's suppose here my x is equal to 5, right? So what will happen here? If my x is equal to 5, then range is from 1 to 6. And we know that 6 will be excluded from here, right? So if the range is from 1 to 6, that means I'm having values from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this means I'm having 5 values, right? So that's why I've written here x plus 1. So after this, what I will do, I will develop a logic. And what's my logic? So I will create a temporary variable f is equal to 1. So now inside this for loop, I'll write here f is equal to f into I. Now what will happen? Initially my f is initialized to 1. So my f value is 1. So as I know that this is a loop, so I will contain the value from 1 to 5, right? So what will happen first time? F is equal to f into I. My f value is 1 and for the first iteration I value will be 1. So my f is equal to 1, right? For I is equal to 1, my f is equal to 1. Now after this, what will happen here? Once again this is a for loop, so now it will take the I value as 2. So once again my formula is f is equal to f into I. My f is 1, I is 2, so my new f is equal to 2, right? So now my f will be equal to 2. Once again this loop will run and this time it will take the value as I is equal to 3. So for I is equal to 3, once again the formula is f is equal to f into I. My f is 2 and I is 3, so f is equal to 6, right? In this way this loop will go on. So once again my f value is 6 and this time I value will be 4, so 6 into 4 it will be 24. Then once again it will run, my f value is 24. Now f is equal to f into I. So for I is equal to 5, what will happen here? F is equal to f into I. F is 24, I will be 5, so my f will be is equal to 120. So you can see that I'm using this logic for multiplication, right? F is equal to f into I. So whatever the new f value I am getting, I am just multiplying with the I value. So I value started from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have just multiplied it. So in this way, I can get my factorial of an integer. So now let's see the coding of factorial of an integer in Python IDE. So first I have to give the input. So let's suppose I am giving the input by user itself. So I will just write here a is equal to int input and then I will write here enter a number. Now this function will give me a string, right? If you are writing input enter a number, then it will give you a string. So that's why I have written here int, so that I can change the string value into integer. So I will be using this function to take the value from the user. After that I will create a temporary variable f is equal to 1 and then let me write my logic. I will just write here for I in range, then I will write here 1 comma a plus 1 and inside that I will write my logic f is equal to f into I, right? And then I will simply write here, let's say print and let me write here f. Now this is the basic condition, but what about if somebody is giving the number as a negative. Let's suppose if somebody is giving us -1 or -2. So we know that factorial of an integer can't be negative, right? So let me write here condition. So the first condition I'm giving here, if a less than 0. So let's say I will say factorial cannot be found. Now, next condition, what can I have if a number has been given to 0? So we know that the factorial of 0 is 1. So I will write here else if a is equal to 0, a is equal to 0, and then I will write here print factorial is 1. And then I can write else, and inside else what it will be? My logic. So let me cut and paste from here, and I will just write here my logic. Cool. So let me save it. I will just save it and let me run. So on running, yeah, on running you can see that it's showing expected and intent. Yeah, so you can see that I was getting error, right? So let me indent it, and now if I'm executing it, let me save it, and if I'm running it, and let's suppose if I'm giving a number -1, then you can see that I'm getting the factorial cannot be found. Let me give some other value. If I will click on this run, and if I'm giving 0, you can see that I'm getting factorial is 1. Now once again let me run, and this time let's suppose if I'm giving the value as 6, then you can see that I'm getting factorial of an integer as 720. So let's take a quick recap of this course. We have started this course by understanding what is Python IDE. Then we have seen the features of Python IDE. Following that, we have also seen the installation of IDE. Moving ahead, we have seen what is Python IDE shell, and then we have seen how to open a file, edit it, and execute it. After that, we have seen that how we can improve the workflow of Python IDE along with the debugging and customization. And at last, we have seen some basic programs in Python IDE.
What are the basic requirements which Google Colab has given to make our life easy? Let's begin with our agenda. So this is what we are going to learn. What is Google Colab? Why is it required? That means the whole sole purpose of why do we need Google Colab? Because we already have so many IDEs, right? Then what is this Google Colab and what does it do? Is it only to write the Python codes or is it something else? Yes, of course, it is more than that. We'll talk about it. Features of Google Colab. There are lots of features. Why and this Google Colab is there and why is it so famous in software developers? Types of runtime in Google Colab. We will see what are the different types of runtime which is available in Google Colab, and then we'll do a overview of Google Colab. So we'll jump to Google Colab and we'll work around it. Perfect. So let's move to the first topic, which is what is Google Colab, and let's understand what is it. Okay. Now, please understand that Google Colab is not, we can't say it is an IDE. Okay. Now, why we can't say it is an IDE? Let's understand with the first point. Google Colab is a product of Google. It is basically a free notebook environment. Okay. Now you can see that we have Notepad, right? What do we do here? In Notepad, it is there in everybody's system, right? We can open it. It's just a white background, very simple editor in which you can write anything, right? Anything in the sense, you can even write some English sentences, and you can even write some programming languages, right? That is what is used. That is what is used of Notepad, right? How you can store some things in your Notepad? You have to save it in your local folder or in your local system, correct? Now, this Notepad, if I talk about Jupyter Notebook, if you guys know what is Jupyter Notebook, right? So this is also one of the editor which is online. So this Notepad is not online. You can be in the system without internet also. You can write the programs in it. But Jupyter Notebook is online. You can write some programs. You can run it then and there, and you can see what is the output, right? So you can see how things are evolving, right? So from Notepad, we have gone to Jupyter Notebook, and then now is the time when we have Google Colab. Now, what is the update here? So the update here is this is a free notebook environment that anybody can use. Okay. Now, what is this free? The free means that whatever files you're creating here and whatever things you are saving, whatever things you are saving here will be saved in the cloud as well. Okay, that is why it is written that runs fully in the cloud. So that means you don't have to save your file in your local drive or in your local system. This will be saved in your Google Drive in your cloud database. Okay, whatever files you'll create, you don't have to worry about its saving or not. It will be totally there till the time your drive will be there. Okay. Second, Colab allows no anybody to write and execute arbitrary Python code through the browser. So anybody can write Python code, anybody can open Google Colab and start writing Python codes without any difficulty. The only thing is you have to log in into your Gmail. That's it. It is especially well suited to machine learning, data analysis, and education purpose. This is the very important point which you should notice here, because in all the editors, we can't code or we can't do projects for artificial intelligence, machine learning, or data science. But Google Colab is specifically designed and provided for us to do the coding on machine learning, TensorFlow, artificial intelligence, data science, and all these things. Now, why is it so that all other editors doesn't allow it? Because those editors doesn't have much more space and capacity to hold those codes. But Google Colab is having space and is suitable for all these languages, all these concepts. More technically, Colab is a hosted Jupyter notebook. Why is it hosted? Because it is in the cloud. It is using the database of your Gmail account. So it is using your space, right? So it is already hosted. Jupyter notebook, if you see, it is not hosted, right? So you have to open it, you can use it, and then you can close that. That's it. Correct? But Colab, you can say it is a hosted Jupyter notebook service that requires no setup to use. You don't have to install, download, or do anything. You have to just go into Google and open Google Colab. That's it. While providing free access to computing resources, including GPUs. Let's write here Google Colab. This is how you open it. And let me show you some of the overview right here itself. Okay. Fine. So this is from where you will open it. So as you can see, when I click on it, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to download, install anything. This is what is opening. Okay. Now, first thing what I want you to show is, if you can see here, this is showing connecting here, right? And after it is, I haven't clicked anything. It is happening on its own. So it is saying connecting and it is saying now initializing. You can say it is saying initializing Python 3 Google Compute Engine backend. It is connected to Python 3 Google Compute Engine backend. RAM size you can see, disk size you can see. These all things is provided here. Now what is it? Let me tell you. So basically, let me make you easy for you. So this collaboratory, or you can say this Google Colab, is a particularly cloud software. So what you can understand by cloud software is nothing but the servers for this Google Colab is somewhere placed, okay? And when we are opening this Google Colab, then all these spaces from our server is showing here. So you can see Python 3 Google Compute Engine, which is in the back end. From there, it is giving me these many spaces. So from RAM, I have used 0.78 GB and disk is 38.36 GB, what you can see. And it's providing me 12.72 GB for free. This is my Google Drive disk space. Okay. So I can design any project in this Google Colab, and by a number of how many number of projects you will create, the spaces will keep on filling here because you will be saving your documents, right? So you can see that as soon as you open your Google Colab, your particular Google Colab will get connected to one of the server in the backend. I'm doing it again, and you can see this is written connect here, and now allocating, after that connecting, and then initializing, and it will be connected. This is how Google Colab works, but I don't want to skip anything. So once I click on it, you can find the first window which is given here, right? So I'm not going to skip this. I'm going to tell you what is happening here, but just in a minute. So please wait, because before going into Google Colab, you should understand some theory things. Okay. Now, we have understood what is Google Colab, right? So it is mostly dependent and solely dependent on cloud softwares, right? Now, why is it required? So there are so many IDEs, there are so many software IDEs present where we can write Python code. There are so many softwares like R programming language. We can use that to write any codes in data science and all, right? Now, but why this Google Colab is required, right? Understand these points, because these points are most important for you if you are stating that I'll be using Google Colab for next my future some of the years. Google is quite involved in the artificial intelligence research and development part. Okay. One of the most popular AI frameworks was made by Google called TensorFlow, and also a development tool called Collaboratory. Okay. TensorFlow is one of the most used open source tools since 2017. Google Collaboratory was made free for public use by Google to encourage the AI enthusiast and the community well. Now understand that if Google has a big responsibility of a concept which is TensorFlow, and people are willing to do work on it and people are using it in a very manageable flow, right? Then it is the responsibility of Google to make a particular cloud software in which TensorFlow programming can be done without any problem. So they come up with a solution of Google Collaboratory, which was made free for public use so that anybody can use these collaboratories to code on TensorFlow, which is a product of Google, right? So for all these artificial intelligence enthusiasts, Google has come up with this particular software. I'll not say software, but yes, Google Colab. Collaboratory is now publicly known as Google Colab or Colab. Okay, so you can say whatever name you want to give. Collaboratory is something which is very big, so they have given a short form which is Colab.
So, you have learned basic knowledge regarding Python IDEs, right? So, what are the different types of IDEs? How do we use? And what are the different types of coding we can do? And what are the different features of every IDE? So, we started with Python programming language, a basic introduction, and also where do we use Python and the different domains and libraries available. And then we learned what is an IDE and what are the different types of IDEs we have. Our experts shared lots of knowledge regarding all the types of IDEs available for Python. So, naming it can be Anaconda, Pycharm, Python IDE, Jupyter, Spyder, etc. Right? Hope this video gave good knowledge regarding Python IDE. So, thank you and let's meet up in the next video. If you haven't subscribed for our channel yet, I would request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on notification bell so that you don't miss any new updates or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoy this video, show us some love and do like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure you comment on this video. Any queries or suggestions, I'll be more than happy to respond to all of them.